Hi, Aussie. I feel like I said that right. Aussie Anwan. Hi. Hi, Adeline or Adeline? Hey, Bad and Bougie. Hey, Cheesecake. Hi, Rosie. Hey, Shawnee. Onesie Dunsey Mia. Hello, hello. Hi, Annabelle. Hi, my loves. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the likes already. Hi, Lamikia. You're going to bed soon, Annabelle? What time is it there? Hi, Mia. Hi, Nola. I feel like I didn't see you last night, Mia, but it was also very, very busy in here. I think we had over 800 viewers at some point. Hi, Houseplants by T. Hey, Olivia. Welcome in, welcome in. It's just after midnight. Oof, yeah. Hey, dark skin love girl. Every time I say hello to you, I just think about the assistant manager being like, hi, dark skin lover girl. Hi, Curry. Okay, Mia, you did miss me. Okay, I thought I didn't see you. Oh, I see same time for you. Hi, Kat. Hi, Kayla. I did post the live. It is on YouTube now, I think. I didn't check to make sure that it finished uploading. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
The one from last night?
Yeah, but I started the upload.
Oh, you did already?
Yeah. It was so good, Annabelle. I know. I thought it was really good too. It was a really good live. Hi, Proverbs 31. Thank you. Now, last night the assistant manager said your name when he was mocking me. I was listening back on the live. He's like, hi, Proverbs. So funny. Don't make you jealous. You're so funny. I'm pretty sure it's uploaded. Chris will maybe check at some point. Hey, Jules. Hey, May. Hello. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, Anika. Welcome in, my loves. Thank you for the likes already. Girl, he's so funny. Hi, Jennifer. Hey, Ebony. I'm going to give us a couple of minutes to all come in. Hi, Adelaide. Hello, hello, my loves. Hi, C. Washington. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. Not dark skin love girl. You are so funny. Okay, it is uploaded. It's officially up, y'all. I uploaded it and then I laid down to take a nap, so I didn't look to see if it actually finished, but it is uploaded. It is on there. So last night was about an hour and 43 minutes. We did a panel too. But we will talk about it again tonight a bit. I know that people asked to listen to. I'm glad to see you too. Okay, onesie dunsey, sounds good. Yeah, Mia, we was going in, girl. The panel was doing what they do as usual. Hi, Cha Cha. Oh, you went out last night, Ella. We had a conversation. It was a quicker one, but I mean, you know, it was good though. But we had a conversation about Alan and Michelle breaking up. It was a big panel. I see the takes. Listen, Anika. Fire takes, okay? It was a big panel last night and I rotated quite a bit last night. We had a lot of people on, so I tried to keep rotating as much as I could until I had to get off for dinner. Okay, I will definitely give my thoughts and my takes. I know some of y'all were here last night, so I apologize. I was going back and I was looking at, I did say that. The dinner was good, Curry. Thank you for asking. Yes, Mia. I posted the video from last night on YouTube. Curry said happy birthday.
Thank you. And I cooked the dinner. Of course it was good.
Ooh.
I'm just saying, like.
Yes, he cooked his birthday dinner.
I didn't say it like that.
You kind of said it like that.
I was just saying it.
That's my guilty conscience.
Yeah, that is a guilty conscience. So it sounds like she got to make that up. Man.
Not too much on Tina. Thank you. Thank you.
No, whoever said get it up, thank you. Thank you, because that's right.
We had grilled salmon, grilled shrimp, mashed potatoes, thank you and steamed broccoli.
Thank y'all.
Y'all, please, not too much.
I'm saying.
Hi, Vibe Lounge. Yes, we saw that them people broke up. The best Chris you've met this year, period.
Thank you.
Yes, we saw that them people broke up. Hey, Miss Petty, we talked about it last night. We will talk about it a bit more tonight. As soon as y'all get to 25K, we will open the panel.
Hey.
Hey. How was your birthday? Nikki said.
It was good. How was yours? I know hers was yesterday. Too, right? Yeah. Well, not too.
Thank you. Mrs. Tina. Hi, Risa. Not your favorite show is on. Y'all are so funny, bro. Thank you, Anika. Y'all are so funny. I can't. I love y'all down. Okay, yes. Hi, Lorena. Yes, we did talk about it last night. We will talk about it again tonight. The live is uploaded from last night. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're still sick, but it was good.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear you was sick, but I'm glad you had a good birthday.
Why do people keep saying that it is for PR and they'll get back together again? Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody said, what's my YouTube? Actually, you're the second person. I'm sorry that I missed it. So, hi, beautiful. Hi, Ginger. If you click on my name, Tina, it's one of the two links that are there. One of the links is to the Google form if you want to ask questions. The other link is to my YouTube. But my YouTube is the same exact handle as my, what's this TikTok handle? I'm like, what's this platform again? Cognitive dissonance is why, and listen, what I said last night was he did say that his favorite movie is Love and Basketball. And so so far they're following the plot line. Yes, CX Limited to YouTube. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Ginger. So far they are following the plot line. But I'm just kidding. I don't think that that's what they're doing. I think they're broken up for real. See, listen, it be doing that to me too, Tomato. There are people that I'll be scrolling my FYP and I'm like, bro, I've seen this video before. I've liked this video before and I followed this person. Why ain't none of these things true right now? It be doing that. TikTok is wild, bro. No, y'all, I think they're done. I think that that's just people wanting to, it's too many other ways to do PR. And that they have been doing as a couple. Why would they choose to break up? That come on, y'all, stop. Not y'all, but the people saying that. Come on. Now, y'all are reaching. Oh, Megan, I'm not a Sag. My husband is a Sag. I'm a Pisces. A March Pisces, explicitly. I was looking back at a lot of my old videos. Hi, Bat. I was looking back at a lot of my old videos, and I'm realizing how there are so many things, subscribers, that you've already heard me say, that I'm like, okay, now it becomes public information because they are broken up. Period, Scorpio. Period. Yes, Mava. Period. I did, Megan. I did. And I told y'all last night that I was going to be going through my video where I made the prediction about couples. And I was going to be taking screenshots of all the comments I could find of the people telling me that I was cray-cray, they were in love, they were this, and I was going to be making a video. And if you think I was lying, you would be thinking incorrectly. I actually did that last night, and we'll be posting a video soon. I was like, so y'all better go delete them comments now. Go delete them. Go delete them now, child. Because the way that I'm petty, I'm a Pisces. I'm a petty Pisces, y'all. I really am. Not Tina Cent. I can't. Child, not y'all. Y'all was doing that last night to Cello too. I don't know where Cello been. If Cello is in here, Cello been quiet. Cello and Lane 878. They ain't said a peep in here. Listen, cheeky baby, listen. She gets the kids in the divorce. They were going in on him today. Danielle, you know what? Me and they weren't trolls, but Lane and Cello very much are Alan stans. Not Tina Curtis Jackson, please. Please find somebody else. Wait, what's the name of the girl that was on that show that came with the QR code? Y'all know what I'm talking about. What's her name? From the Ultimatum. And she came with a QR code of receipts. Cause for real, that's what I want y'all to call me. Don't be associating me with that one man. Miro, I love it for me too. I love it for me too. Listen, they're not gonna get back together. I mean, Zaina, call me, I don't know, some make up some name with her name or something. Who's somebody else that be having a bunch of receipts? Whoever they are, I want to be associated with them. Non-problematic receipt holders. Call me Bone Collector Tina. I love it. Okay, y'all, it's not PR. They didn't break up because it's PR. I want people to stop doing that. You know what I do want to say? What I do want to say, and we're almost ready to open this panel, y'all, because we're almost at 25K. So start requesting. What I do want to say, yes, Blue called it too. Listen, Janelle, lots of people called it. Lots of people called it. You know what I'm saying? Lots of people that have good sense, that were not blinded by, oh, I love that. That were not blinded by the propaganda. I'm going to use the word propaganda, and not that the relationship was propaganda, but the way that, and I'm going to say Alan, I guess Michelle probably too, but definitely I know Alan and Taylor leaned into the propaganda around Black love, and that somehow making them more real and making them more valid, and all this shit. The people that were able to see beyond that propaganda knew. You know what I mean? Like they knew what was going on. People that use their entire brains, right? And I'm not really trying to be shady. Like, for real. Y'all know I'll tell you if I'm being shady. I'm not high user. I'm not trying to be shady. But I think that people they like to turn off certain parts of their brain. It's the cognitive dissonance that Anika mentioned earlier, right? We're at 26K. People like to turn off parts of their brain when something makes them uncomfortable. So people that were willing to use their entire brain were able to see the signs. They were able, hi grapes, they were able to see the patterns. They were able to see the actual behavior for what it was. And unfortunately, too many of their fans wanted to reduce it to, you just don't like them. You just don't like them. And it's like, it's not about whether I like them or not. It's about what I'm actually seeing. And what I'm seeing is this. And if we want to keep it a buck, and I'm just going to keep it all the way a buck with y'all, for me personally, it was less about dislike for them, and it was more about dislike for their fans. Like, their fans made them even more unlikable, in my opinion. For me. I don't know about nobody else. But for me, their fans made them more unlikable. Right? Because why are you crying in my comments about people you don't know? Like, the way that so I will say a couple of things. One of the things I'm really glad about with this breakup is that it will break up that fan base. So they can go back to whatever the fuck they was doing before. And not torturing people online. Right? And they do live in my comments. Some of them do be following me. It's crazy. I've seen that. It's like, why are you here, baby? You don't even like me. Danielle, I think so, because a lot of their fan base, I think the ones that were like out there were very my king, you know, Alan. Even Cello, which I be letting Cello come in here and say whatever they want to say. We don't do too much on Cello. We don't do too much on Lane, because I could tell that Cello is young. You know what I mean? But like, a lot of their defense was not of the couple, it was of Alan. So the fact that Michelle broke up with that man Wait, I don't actually know if she broke up with that man. Cello is a person that used to come into my lives, Grapes. I don't know if she broke up with him, but they broke up. She announced the breakup, okay? The fact that she announced the breakup with that man, and then apparently when she tried to unfollow the man, they bullied her back into following him. They don't like that girl. They don't like that girl. So I do think that it's going to be less of that. You know what I mean? That's what I heard in the streets, y'all. But they was coming at her so wild that she ended up having to refollow him back. But I guess all of their couple photos are gone. I don't know. That's what I heard in the streets, child. I don't know if I think that he broke up with her. I think it's more likely that it was mutual, but I think it had to do a lot with her feeling like, I would assume that it was her feeling frustrated more, personally. I do want to say a couple things, and then I see the people in my queue already. I want to say a couple of things, and then I'm going to bring the starting cast up. What I don't like that I've seen, and I'm just going to be honest with y'all. What I don't like that I've seen is people saying things like, she broke up with him because he was stopping her bag, or, it was because of how he was damaging her reputation. I actually don't think that that's true. I think people saying things to suggest, because I've seen this too, like on threads, people trying to suggest that like it was not real to begin with, or there was always something up, or it never meant anything. I actually think that that's a whack ass take. I think that's a whack ass take. I think it's an easy ass way out. Like, I think that's a whack ass take. I stand by, and I will always stand by. Agreed, Anika. I think it was real, and it was beautiful for them when it was beautiful for them, and then it just wasn't anymore. And I want people to get off the train of the idea that if something doesn't work out, it has to mean that it was always just trash. It was always just awful. There was nothing good about it for them at all. Like, I just don't believe that to be true. I think they had fun while they had fun. That's it. And then it didn't work out, which should not have been a shocker to anybody that was willing to listen to people with good sense. But it didn't work out, which was, it was always going to be hard for it to work out I know y'all already know what I'm going to say. But their age difference is a huge factor. Period. Full stop. I don't care. It's because of where the 5 years are. Okay. It's because of where the 5 years are. That was always going to make it harder for it to work. And then I told y'all in my video, when I gave the predictions, I was like, that communication piece, like, there are just some things that they would need to work on in order for it to actually last. And I still was like, and I still don't think that they would ever get married, but there will be some things they need to work on. For her to have been, and I listen when people say things. I listen to what they're saying. She is in her Saturn return. Exactly. She's at an age where, like, you're already at that place where you're like, I'm not really fucking with certain shit no more. Things are getting more clear. Okay. The fact that he said in his, I don't remember if it was one of those two interviews. I don't think it was a picture of this. I think it was the other one. And he was like, she's my first girl, like the first girl that I've dated outside of social media. That let me know something about his dating. Because what you mean you dating people on social media? That's not real life, Alan. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that she was his first girlfriend outside of social media at 22. Like, that said something to me. And then talking about she's going to be my first and my last girlfriend. Baby, it's giving you're doing too much too soon. And why? Why are you putting so much sauce on that shit? And people were mad about it. I mean, mostly not mad about it with me, because I was saying a lot of that stuff to subscribers. So the general public wasn't getting to hear all of that. But the point is, it was too much too fucking soon. And it was a level of naivete for sure. And I still don't think it's fair for people to say, oh, it was never anything. It was never anything. Or she just broke up with him because he was stopping her bag, because baby, that bag was fucked up after the Speedy interview. That bag got fucked up after the Speedy interview. So you mean to tell me she spent several more months? She stayed because she liked him. Like, stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that. She stayed because she liked him. And at some point it just was a divergence. And that's it, y'all. Like, I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to discredit what they had. I don't like that. Right? Yes, Nikki. Yes, Nikki. Like, we could talk about the breakup, but don't try to act like she was just like, I don't know. I think it's giving a little bit to me like people trying to reduce her to some sort of like money driven, gold diggery type of girl. I've even seen people say things as far as like, she thought she was going to get clout from like being with this social media influencer, blah, blah. Don't be weird. Yeah, like she was there for the come up. I don't like that. Because I agree, babe. If that was true, I think she would have dropped him a long time ago. I think she would have dropped him a long time ago. She stayed with that man because she liked that man. And she did really want it to work. But there's only so long that you're going to be able to be in a relationship that early on in the relationship. Thank you. And be like, I'm teaching him. I'm showing him. Because if she was about a bag, she would have made more money doing the friendship thing with Olandria than she would have being that man's girlfriend. She wanted to be somebody's girlfriend. And I said this to subscribers, and I will now say it publicly, that she kind of gives me, and I was actually I would not have expected this, to be perfectly honest, based on what I saw from the show. She gave me, once she left and certain things started to happen, like, oh, you might be the girl that uses your friendships as a placeholder for romantic relationships. And once you're in a romantic relationship, that becomes primary and before everything else. Which is a weird way to operate to me as a 39-year-old, almost 40-year-old woman. Your friendships, your platonic relationships are very valuable and very important, and you should be investing in them as much as you are investing in your romantic relationship. You should never be throwing that away for the sake of no peen. I'm sorry. And I think that if she was only about a bag, she would not have, she operated the way she operated because she liked that man and liked being his girlfriend. Okay, Lex, didn't want to say it out loud. But kinda. Yes, Alandria and Nick are still together. If you, I don't know if you watched his recent, I bring up the starting five, y'all. I don't know if you watched his recent interview. Hi, my loves. I don't know if you watched
hello.
I don't know if you watched his recent interview, but he just did an interview with, I don't remember the person's name. I'm sorry. Ooh. Mary Jo. I feel like that's how I say that. Mary Jo. Thank you, Carter. Thank you. He just did an interview. He just did an interview with Carter. And in the interview with Carter, he talks very explicitly about them going even more private because of the level of hatred that they receive. And wanting to have an opportunity to just be in a normal relationship. And just have fun experiencing each other as a normal couple without the pressure from the public, and talked explicitly about the level of like hatred that they receive as an interracial couple. And like, while it is beautiful to have like the love, it also can be like overwhelming with the level of like hate that they get. And then them really realizing that they don't have to continue to give of themselves as much as they had to on the reality TV show, and really reminding themselves that they are allowed to take a step back around that. So yes, as far as we all know, they are still together. together, they are very intentionally choosing to not post and perform for y'all. Get over it, I guess. I don't know. Or don't. I don't know. Not that I'm saying you feel that way. Brittany said, I disagree. Shelly is worried about public perception. It's why she followed him back. I don't think that, I'm not saying, I think all of them are worried about public perception. If they weren't, then they wouldn't be celebrities, right? And I'm using that word loosely, right? But they wouldn't be trying to be in the public eye. You have to be worried about public perception because that's how you make your money. You need to be liked to an extent. Period, full stop. That's not anything like revolutionary. That's not shady. That's just a fact. People have to like you. So she should be worried about public perception. Do I think that she broke up with him because she's worried about public perception? I don't think so. Because if that was the case, she would have moved a lot sooner than what she did. And then I know some people are like, oh, maybe she like wanted to like prove a point or like stick it out. Or like she was worried maybe about how people would respond with her breaking up with him. I can understand you having that thought process. And I would say, if that were true, then I don't think she would have announced it the way that she announced it. Does that make sense? Like, I think that if she cared that much about public perception, then I think that they would have worked on some sort of joint statement that they released together to try to make it like as amenable and like the public to be able to receive it as easily as possible without her getting backlash. See, I think that if she was really that worried about backlash, she wouldn't have announced it how she did. She would have moved differently about it. She chose to announce it when that man, she announced it on a podcast. It was not announced mutually. He hasn't even said anything. I think that the announcement was intentional because I think she could have said nothing so subscribers have already heard me say this, and then I'm gonna let my panelists share. My subscribers have already heard me say when she went on Tisha's podcast, it was very obvious something was different. Something was different. She has been posting more individual content almost pretty quickly after their little girlfriend proposal thing, right? She started posting more individually on her platform. And then when she went on Mama Tish's podcast, I don't know if y'all paid attention, but when Mama Tish when Tish Cyrus kept bringing him up, she just kind of like giggled, but it felt more like a awkward kind of giggle. Right. And I noticed that. And then we talked about it in my live and she was like, oh, I'm looking for, furniture from my place. It was interesting to me. And I said to my subscribers, I think that she might be pivoting. And I don't know if it's just about pivoting for the sake of image. She didn't sound happy. It seemed like something else was going on. I know that they posted at Thanksgiving together. I actually don't care. It doesn't change my mind. No, and I'm not being shady. I'm just saying that I heard that last night. Okay. I don't know about y'all, but I know about me. And I've been married for a really long time, but before that, right? I don't know if you've ever been in a relationship and you know that the relationship is over before the breakup actually happens. Like, that you're on your way out. You know what I mean? So to me, them being together on Thanksgiving was just another day. Right? It was another moment at maybe I'm making an effort, but I actually know that I'm on my way out. And you know what? Something happened that was like, you know what? It actually is time. It is time to be done. And so I actually don't buy into the idea that this is all just about her caring about what people thought about her. This is all just about her wanting to I don't think it's that. I think she was already checking out. Yeah, I think Shelly was already checking out. I think she was already feeling the weight of whatever was happening between them. And I think she's been doing that probably for a while, just from what I can see. Obviously, I can't see everything. I don't know the girl, right? And then based on that interview, I actually don't, Danny. I don't think it's a stunt. I think it's a bad stunt. It's a bad stunt, and I'm way too generous. But I actually don't think I'm being generous. I think that she was already checking out for a while based on what she was saying and how she was presenting. So I actually don't care about them being together for the holidays. I think that they just got to a point where it was done and it was over. And so that's why it then came out on the podcast. When they asked, she was tired of saying, she was tired of awkwardly laughing. She was tired of being like, well, you know, trying to dance around the question. And it's like, we're actually done. Like, we've decided to go separate ways. You know what I mean? I think that I agree. I think they've been fortunate. They've been working really hard for a longer time, I believe. And I think that anybody with good sense in a relationship knows that I shouldn't have to be working that hard only a few months in. Those are my thoughts. So far, that's where I'll stop. Anika, please give me your thoughts.
Oh, good night, everybody. Yes, thanks for having me again. I was just kind of ruminating on what you were saying there, Tina, and I'm thinking that billboard, because a lot of people are saying, oh no, they had this billboard interview together just 3 days before. How did it happen? And I decided to take a look at some of the clips, and you could see from the body language that something is wrong. Normally in previous interviews where they were, you know, interacting with each other, you could have seen that she was looking at him while they were talking. While he was talking, she would look at him, he would look at her, that kind of thing. And that was not happening as much in that interview. Like, she would say something, she'd glance at him quickly, but her focus was on the interviewers, and the body language felt very, very strange to me, insofar as what was happening there. But my thing now is, how is Alan going to react? Because we always have to bear in mind that he said in the villa that he does not lose, right? I will always bear that in mind. He does not lose, and he has lost. He has lost quite a bit since that Speedy interview, and now he has lost the fantasy of black love that he was trying to ride on all the time. I also think, in a sense, he was blindsided by the way the announcement came out. I want people to consider that possibility. So he is going to react. The nature of the reaction is what I'm interested in. And I still maintain that I think if he is going to embark on another relationship, he can be very, very shady by deliberately going after somebody that looks like her mortal enemy in the villa. He could look for somebody that looks like Hubcap, because he was interested in Hubcap, let's not deny it. And what a better way to shade somebody than to go down the same road that he went down before. Instead of doing that explosive thing which caused all these problems for him in the first place, to do something else like that. That is where my head is at. But I think he was blindsided by the way, because he's somebody who likes to be in control. He has lost control of that entire scenario now. So what is he going to do? He's going to react. And I just, I saw her announcement as slowly pulling her hand out of the lion's mouth, because she may have experienced in private all the issues that led to the breakup in the first place. So that is where my head is at for now. Yeah, so that's what I have to say.
Wonderful thoughts. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, Anika, please give me your thoughts. Oh, just kidding. Lauren, give me your thoughts. Sorry, my son distracted me.
What?
I saw your cute little face. Wait, Lauren, are you ready? Okay.
Wait, who?
You, my love.
Yeah, it froze for a second, but I'm in here.
Okay.
Hey, y'all.
Go ahead, Mo.
Happy Saturday. I just want to start out by saying, prayers to the people at Brown University, and fuck ICE every single day. While we talk about this discourse, if we also see a video about shit going on with ICE, make sure we repost it, because it's fucked up. Anyway, I feel like, since I don't even follow Michelle and Alan, and I haven't in a while, I could probably see this coming, right? Just because, he's 22, and I get red pill vibes, and that's just not going to change for me. And bless his heart or not, that's a shame. You know, I do worry kind of for Michelle, although I also feel like your character integrity is showing what you do when people aren't watching. And I feel like she was quiet a little bit. She also spoke when she was like, when it was necessary, but I guess I just stopped paying attention. And so I really want the best for her. I am glad she's kind of free from like the clutches of Alan, I guess, if that's a thing. I also think that Anika's totally right. I mean, Redacted is making music. He makes music. He seems like a petty individual that I think would probably, now would it make good beyond the Villa TV? It could, right? Because I feel like if they're not together, one of them should probably hop on this upcoming season. Someone's got to get a bag, and I want to hear someone's side of the story, if not both. It could possibly be a plot line, but I'm curious. I guess the last thing I would say is, I mean, I guess looking at it and then looking at like Alandria's live and Nick's interview yesterday and kind of seeing something that it's, you can see like sincerity with it, and then looking at kind of like Alan and Michelle and seeing that, I don't want to say it was like doomed, but like, I don't think that he was very kind to her behind the scenes. Not saying like I get a feeling that it took a lot for her to be like, we're not together anymore, because I just don't get the vibe that he's not what, and the Villa showed us this, and I think that's what he really can't stand right now, is like, he is not who he puts out there, and I feel like she got to see a glimpse of maybe not the ugly side, and I'm afraid of what maybe how that will show up. And I think that he and also Three Dreads are really going to take a moment. That's why he's so quiet right now, because I think, he's kind of diabolical. I think the Speedy interview itself, and I'll land this plane. Thank you.
Okay, listen, y'all, I'm going to say something. One of my statement is going to be like, you're being too nice to them. Y'all, there are some people in the comments that are saying that they think that he might lean into like the villain arc, or like maybe he'll do a diss track. Like, he's petty, he's going to pop out. I think y'all are giving that man a little bit too much credit. I think his feelings are hurt, and I think his ego is bruised, and I think he's embarrassed, and he's probably going to be quiet for a very long time. And what I think we might see when he pops out again is him pretending to be okay, but anybody that has good sense being able to tell he's not okay. The smile on a broken heart, the smile on a bruised ego. I think that's what we're going to see. And I think that people are going to be like, oh my God, like he looks like he's crashing out, which I don't like people using that language because it's never usually a crash out, but like, y'all know what I'm getting at, right? Like, I think exactly kind of like him post Speedy interview, exactly like that. Like, that's what I think we will see, if anything. The other thing that I think is a strong possibility is like, we might see him lean into the I'm hurt. We might see him lean into that, depending on how he might think that like maybe that could be branded. But I actually don't think it's going to be this super, as smart as Alan thinks that he is. And I think he is smart. I'm not saying that he's dumb, but he's one of those people that thinks he's so smart that he does stupid shit. You know what I mean? That was the Speedy interview. He thinks he's so smart that he did stupid shit. And so I think that he thinks he is so smart that he's going to make moves that are actually not smart. And that he's going to continue to hurt himself publicly. And whatever anybody thinks about that man, you are not, how do I say this? You are not someone that is on social media and gives a fuck about having 1 million followers, which we all know he gives a fuck about because he told us several times about it, right? That he has 1 million followers. If you watched his boardroom interview, he talked about the fact that he realized, oh, they like these types of clips. Let me post those. And so that he was trying to gain traction and build a platform. Like, that is absolutely what he was doing, was trying to be liked by. You're not someone that does that and doesn't give a fuck about what people think about you. You're not someone that hires a camera crew and edits and produces what gets put on your social media if you don't give a fuck what people think think about you. So I do think that he is going to be, I think that he cares a lot about our perception of him. And so he's someone, and I've said this about Honda Civic before, I think just to subscribers actually, but he is someone that I could see it easily becoming very sad. So y'all know what I mean? I could see it easily becoming very sad. And so I actually do hope that he has people around him that will help him to be able to stay grounded, because he cares a lot about what exactly, Candy. He cares a lot about what we think as the public. I think he's very hurt and very bruised and very broken because he made some very big claims about this relationship, and now it's not turning out that way. I am not nice, but I am kind, and I am always going to try to be fair. And just based on what I know as what pattern recognition looks like, his mask is off, and I think that we're gonna see him putting on a smile, and that's not going to be real. And that he's going to think that he's so smart that he will make bad choices that will only further the way the public is kind of ugh about some things with him. And then I'll say this, and then Gigi's going to share thoughts too, and we're going to go through the rest of my panel. And then if it so happens that part of the result becomes, oh, we're so glad that, Michelle is not with him, and she really starts to elevate even the more, because she was all, and I said this to y'all before, Michelle is who y'all think Clark is. Michelle actually does have star power. She actually does have potential to be a star and was dimming herself with her man. Clark has never given y'all a reason to think that. Clark has never been anything but paint drying for y'all. So Michelle is who y'all think Clark was in her relationship dynamic. She's the one that was turning herself down in that relationship. And so as she begins to elevate, which is probably inevitable depending on the types of moves that her team make, he is going to suffer even the more. So I do think that we're going to see a lot of Violet. We're going to see a lot of things that seem like, I would just caution people about critiquing too much of whatever his next thing is that he does, because I don't think it's going to be real. I don't think it's going to be real. I don't think he's going to come out and be authentic. Okay, I'm going to stop. Gigi, please give us your thoughts.
First of all, hi. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said, right? And I'm going to just reiterate what I said yesterday. Oh, first of all, let me start off by saying thank you for coming to the Teenocracy. This is a Teenocracy, not a democracy. Tap the screen up, guys. We're at 67K. I'm reading upside down. We're at 67K and there are 529 of you. There is no reason, hi, Nike, that you guys can't tap this screen. So please tap this screen, and also Jolitz forever. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you're saying. I think that, the parlay hit with their relationship because of something that we've talked about quite often. And I stand firm in this belief that the generation that is very much online, chronically online, and they build relationships online, fail to establish actual meaningful connections in person. And they have a harder time navigating those relationships because they're so comforted and fostered by what social media provides, which is instant gratification. Right. And so I feel like this age gap between them, and I feel like the older that you get, the more life data that you obtain, you gain these skills on how to navigate interpersonal relationships. And I feel like he is a COVID schooler, right? So he would have been in school when COVID happened, and that set a lot of people back. And I feel like this was probably one of the biggest challenges between them in terms of communication and how to handle things, and also coming out. Let's not forget, I think he also realized that a lot of the reason why they had such big support in the broader media, not just the social media space, but in the broader media, was because Shelly is more palatable. you saw that when he disappeared on her, and she still had traction. She was doing all these media things by herself, and she still had traction without him. And that's why he had to come back and be in that space. It's all, sorry guys. I know I saw somebody said, don't group all you COVID people together. I only group you together because I was in education when COVID happened, and I saw in real time the test data that happened when y'all got set back. So it may not be all of you, but there is a good portion of you who missed out on how to develop those interpersonal skills during COVID. So I apologize, but it is what it is. It's why I struggle with my own kids during COVID. COVID did that to you guys. I'm sorry. But you see that in how he even says in his interview, for MTV Movie Awards, I believe it was, when he was on the red carpet. And he said, one of the things that he's learning coming out is that social media fame and social media clout is not the same thing. It does not translate the same when it comes to broader media. I have been saying this and shouting this from the rooftops, and y'all have been coming at me talking about, no, he's got motion, he's got followers. That does not always translate. Y'all have to understand that social media following does not equal celebrity. Social media following does not equal palatability to brands, right? Because those big brands, that mainstream media, yes, we're talking about Ace, that mainstream media isn't always going to go for what's most sensationalized if you don't have that social currency within the industry to be able to navigate that. This is why even post Speedy interview, when I was super critical of Michelle, I said that if she wanted to have the longevity, if she wanted to be able to navigate this, she had to make a stand. She had to make statements in order to establish her own narrative. And that's what that's what we're seeing. She's now taking these statements. She's making these steps to be able to establish a narrative. And I hope she continues to grow in that sense, because I do want her to get better. And yeah, but J HUD, and people bring up the whole J HUD thing, and J HUD is one thing. These talk shows bring up people who go viral. That doesn't translate to longevity in the broader stream media. And I think people confuse that quite often, right? And that's where he got his hubris from. Icarus flew a little too close to the sun, and he's seeing that. And if anything, if like Tina says, Shelly gets this control, right? And she continues her upward trajectory and her mobility, we're going to see his reaction. Unfortunately, if he doesn't have enough people who ground him, we're going to see that reaction out of him where he realized, and it dinks to him, that Shelly was the reason why people liked him in the broader media. Because let's not forget, after their their Essence magazine cover, let's not forget that they had to put out a signal out to other media brands that, hey, this happened before the interview. That was a bat signal to all the other media brands that this couple is a liability. This man who's in this couple is a liability to bigger brands. Mm-hmm. You have to be careful in navigating those spaces and understand that social media does not translate to bigger media. And yes, it was a JCPenney brand. It was a JCPenney cover.
I'm crying, bro. Like,
Jacques, if you're fancy, okay? Y'all want to be fancy? Jacques Panay.
JCPenney, y'all. JCPenney. Y'all know, if you know, you know, just like it's Tarjay, but we don't go in that red store. Okay. Miro, I know you wanted to go last, so do you want me to have Aussie go next?
Oh, it's okay. I'm ready now. Sorry, was just quieting down the kids. You know how that be. Thank you for having me up on the panel. So I'm a little sad for Shelly, of course, because it's hard. Like, mourning our relationship is hard, but I can't lie. Like, I feel like she's finally like free of disaster, to be honest. And Ace, like, he always moved so weird to me in the villa. I did not like him at all. And I don't know, like, I feel like he's definitely like a misogynist, and Taylor also gives off misogynist, which makes sense for me why they're friends. And like, of course, misogynists like quiet people who they can control, and that wasn't Olandria, but that was definitely Shelly, and that's definitely Clark. And like, I felt like their relationship, they were kind of like in a honeymoon phase, and she was kind of like just getting tired of how things were going. And what made me sad really was how everything went down with Olandria. And I think her not standing up for Olandria after the Speedy interview, it backfired on her, because like, I've been hearing that his friends have not been talking like weren't talking good about her, like about Shelly herself. So I think like because she didn't stand up for Alandria, like they felt like that was an excuse to kind of like talk bad about her. And I don't know, like he seems like the type of person who when he is like hurt, he attacks the person that has hurt him, like case in point Nick and what happened with the Speedy interview. Like I think he did that because he was hurt by Nick. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, y'all. Actually, Miro, I think brings up an excellent point that like, and I see all in the comments and I'm going to address that. And then Asi is going to share their thoughts. Listen, number one, like, of course, Shelly is sad because y'all know, don't get on here and be on high horses. Okay. We don't do that over here. We're realist over here, but you know that even when you break up and the relationship was awful and you know, breaking up is the right thing to do, you're still grieving the loss of something. You're still grieving the loss of something. And so understandably, she is probably going to have some sadness about that. And that's sad to watch people be sad. That said, I also, not call me a jockey, I'm on a high horse. Y'all are silly. But also, to y'all's point, and I know that y'all that are here all the time already know this, but nobody in this panel is acting like Alan is her only person around her that is problematic. In fact, most of the people like that are on this panel were with me as we were watching the show in real time and doing a lot of the stuff right after the show. And we talked about the fact that 404, and I've talked about this recently, her continuing to be friends with 404, while I do think that it is probably a normal human response for like maybe Alandria to miss her friend, this person that she shared all this time with, I think that she continues to demonstrate whatever happens with Alan, that she is not safe because of her allegiance to this girl that has acted and continues to act the way that 404 does in a lot of ways. Oh yeah, no, I know, babe. Like, in a lot of ways, okay? Her outing her, like this, if you don't know all the terrible things that 404 has done, like she's done a lot of really not good human things, okay? She does have she has an uncanny allegiance to losers, okay? And so I think that anybody up here is like, it's not just Alan that we're side-eyeing, right? About the company that she keeps, it's other things as well. It's other behaviors as well. And
she picked Austin. She picked Austin.
Exactly.
Marinate on that.
Yep. So it's like, I want y'all to know that we, that would be fun, Nikki, that like, we're clear about that. We're clear about that over here. Okay. Asi, please share your thoughts.
Hi, thank you for having me up here. This is only the second time I've been on your live. I'm usually just in your comments in the videos. But I don't know, I feel like there was a lot of new viewers watching Love Island USA for the first time. And I'm from the UK, if you can't tell. And the UK version, if you watch it, there is always a producer plant. Like, for many, many seasons, when people realized the show was actually what it was and started playing for the cameras, they had to put in a producer plant because they can't control humans the way they want to. And so they needed to go the way they planned. If you've never watched the show Unreal, please watch it. It will help you understand Love Island in a way, what producers are up to and how they try to make the show. But Ace is a producer plant because every producer plant complains about the producers in interviews after the show. They will talk about how it didn't go the way it was supposed to, what was promised wasn't happening, and they'll just have loads of complaints that other contestants that were just puppets don't have those same complaints. And I feel like, the producers will move you around without your choice or your opinions in it. And I feel like Ace felt like he had a certain level of control. And when he didn't have that, he was complaining after the show. And like a few of the other panelists said, he lashed out on Nick and Alandria. I just think it's like very, very sinister. Like his behavior in the show, outside of the show, is very, very sinister and very scary. I don't like Shelly, but I do worry about her in this new broken up era that she's in, because he's volatile and he's very vindictive. And I think he's shown that, like, even like the ways that he was controlling in the show, they kicked Hannah off. He pulls her for a chat, Shelly for a chat, and says, why would you do that? And his face expressions and his annoyance about people having autonomy and making their own decisions and choices. The boys voted off a boy, the girls voted off a girl. Why would you be so concerned and angry at the girls about their choice? And then leaving the show, what he did with Speedy. And I think now, I don't think they're PR. I don't think they were fake. I do think they had a common goal and ambition, and they were their best choice for each other in the show. Like, I am attracted to you, I like you, I want to date you, but we both want to win, and we want to win on the outside, and here's our plan to win. And I think that's why their frustration and their behavior after the show was the way that it was, because they had high expectations of what they were going to gain from the show and from their couple. And it didn't go out that way because of many things, but I feel like a lot of people, he's going to realize that he has more like friends, like more fans, than Shelly does. Like, and when he realizes that, I feel like he's going to play up to it and play victim and try and like get something out of this and like fix it, essentially.
Yeah. I see y'all in the comments. I want to just address one comment really quickly. Yes, Lauren. I just want to address real comment really quickly. Someone was like, Olandria is cool with Austin too, or like friends with Austin too. So like ... like trying to suggest something. I want us to be very clear about living in the real world. And I know that y'all know that following someone on social media is not the same as being a friend with someone. Michelle actively hangs out with 404. That's not the same thing. If she was following 404, because a lot of them, y'all listen, they be following Honda Civic, all them other ones. Austin has problematic political views, and maybe he's changing his mind now, but he definitely aligned with some things that don't make sense for Black people to be friends with him. I'm gonna leave it at that, okay? And that is like, you can easily find some of this information. But I will say that y'all got to stop acting like, and I think this goes to like an age thing too, and I'm not trying to be shady, I'm just being honest. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that people that are younger perceive social media as like the amount of likes you have, the amount of followers you have, as like real life about who you are, which is why so many people are confused that Michelle and Honda Civic don't have the same level of power, star power and economic power that Olandria has, because, well, they have all these followers, they have all these likes. Like, of course, right? They should have all these things. And that's just, social media is real life, sort of. Okay. So I just want us to be clear about that. Okay. Lauren, please share your thoughts.
I was going to say, for the Austin of it all, it wasn't even like, it was literally watching her play in our face and pretend that she actually liked that man during the show. Like, when it was very clear that like, she just really didn't. And that's the Austin of it all. Like, why would you do that? Like, there were, like, in her words, she confuses me. Okay. To this day, I'm very confused. And I also feel for Michelle, because unfortunately, because of the way she moved in the villa, outside the villa, the people she associated with and decided to be close with, also the people, unfortunately, that are cheering her on, like, for me, it just repels me. Okay, I just feel like, you know what? I don't want it. I've got Ola and it's enough. And I hate to say that because they're two different people and I want two different people to win, but like, I don't think that she was like that appealing. By the end of her time in the villa, I was like, okay, I'm over it. Then outside the villa, I thought maybe, especially when her and Alandria did that article together, but then she decided to stand by someone who was like, you know, sinister, dude. Like, it's not good vibes. And even I felt like, I think she almost did like a soft launch during like the Wicked premiere, which I loved. Like, she looked amazing. I really like want the best for her. The people that are speaking on her behalf also don't like the Jessie Woo of it all. I don't like it. It like turns me off. And I if she is gonna say something, like I want her to be like, not her though. That's not, I'm not, like just for starters, if we're breaking ties of things that maybe aren't a good look, if she's cutting bad, cutting bad press, limiting the press, maybe she could limit the press with that one as well. That's all. Thank you.
They said it in the comments, and I'm not gonna lie. I think that I have a harder time with trying to. Okay, how do I say this? I have a harder time with the whole like Michelle and Austin thing in the villa, because let's be honest, like she chose Alan first. She didn't have a choice with ending up with Austin. And then like I think Alan continued to move weird. So it wasn't, I don't know that it was really like she was playing with Austin so much as I felt like she got stuck with Austin a lot. I do think that she was trying, but then like he was just being a weirdo, right? Like it ain't no other way to put it. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that you spending so much of your time with her, asking her about what's going on with her and Alan, instead of actually trying to pursue her, while she's literally writing down for you essentially like what to do to like court her, like just didn't make sense. And yeah, Austin got a longer vacation because of Michelle. So I don't think it's that different than other times when couples, couple up that are like, maybe they know they're not really going anywhere. Personally.
I just want to say one thing after listening to everybody's discourse. I am speculating now and wondering if people are not considering the possibility that Alan is in love with the idea of being in love, or having this, nice storyline play out where he ends up with the strongest couple and it's all about black love, and he sold himself that idea, and now that it has unfortunately come to the crashing halt that it has, what does he do from here on in? I see him as vindictive, and I think he is going to react not necessarily in the same way that he did with the Speedy interview, because that obviously backfired on him in a big way, but there is going to be a negative reaction to it. I just think maybe it might come in the veiled way of what you all were saying, in terms of him pretending to, well, not pretending, but in terms of him putting on this mask, but he's really hurt, which I do think he's hurt. I think he's hurt, yes, but not necessarily. I think mixed up in that is his ego is hurt more than his feelings for Shelly being hurt. And somebody, I don't know who said it, but somebody one of the panelists made a comment that confused me about her friends. I'm sorry, not her friends, his friends not liking Shelly, and I can't remember what the exact thing was, but that bit confused me in terms of that influence. But my thing right now is I kind of taking a wait and see approach with regard to what his next moves are and his reaction will be, because he is petty and vindictive. That is going to come out. I do not see him. Yeah, he'll stay silent, but when he's coming out, he's gonna lash out. Lash out in what way is what I want to see, or what not want to see, but what I'm wondering how he's gonna do it. Yeah,
no, I think he's gonna lash out too. I just think it's gonna be one of those things where I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of sad. Like the kid that, like, I shouldn't call him a kid, but like the person that tries to, like, act like, oh, and it's like you could tell they're like squeezing back the tears in their eyes. Like I feel like it's gonna feel like that. Okay. Gigi, please give your thoughts, and then
I was just going to agree with Anika. I do think that there is this idea of love that he had in his mind. I think that a lot of people that he became very accustomed to this idea that, oh, they're so 90s coded, they're so 90s fine, and there's 90s love, and he was trying to emulate that very hard, and I think that he took that to heart. That's why he's talking about Love Jones. That's why he's talking about Love and Basketball. He wants that, which I think Love and Basketball is weird because I'm sorry, it's a black horror movie if I've ever seen one, but whatever. I think that this is how he tried to navigate it, because so many people around him looking, oh, he's 90s fine. Oh, they're so 90s coded. And that's what he tried to do. And I think that stepping into the limelight and trying to do this, coupled with their inability to seemingly keep that communication going, where it was like a cohesive, streamlined sense of communication, I think is what kind of contributed to this downfall. I think she was trying to move in more modern ways, but unfortunately that 90s kind of toxic love, like, Love and Basketball, comes with a lot of red pill activity that he was already leaning towards. So that didn't work out in his favor. And we're going to see, unfortunately, like I said, I think we are going to see some lash outs, some things that masking won't be able to take care of. Yeah, especially because it's your first relationship. Like you said, you do mourn these things, right? No matter how good, how bad. That's why we have people who are, in horrible physical situations who find it hard to leave, or when they do leave, they mourn these things. It's difficult. Because there was a connection, there was time, there is energy that is exchanged between these two people. You create memories. These things are going to be hard. So for both of them, I may not like them, and y'all know I don't. I may not like them. So for both of them, I do feel for them on a human level. And I do hope that they have enough good people in their corner to be able to, Monica and Quincy are divorced. What?
She's talking about Love and Basketball.
Oh, child, but I can't. Don't do me like that, child. Girl, I wouldn't be surprised if Monica and Quincy divorced. Talking about play me for child support. Let me stop. But I do feel like this is not the last we've seen of either of them, but I do feel like if he doesn't have a team that is mature enough, he needs to have a team that is involved enough not to be yes men to him like they've been thus far, to be able to allow him space to grow, because he is a young black man and I would like to see growth in him, right? As a black woman, I would love to see growth in a young black man. I just need the team around him to be able to foster that growth in a positive way. Yeah. Look, I can say something nice about Alan. Look at y'all. Y'all think I stay on his ass. I could be nice. Look at that shit. And I didn't take my meds yet. Bam.
But that's the whole thing. And Asi, I know you have a final thought that you want to give, but that's the whole thing, y'all. I'm looking at the comments, right? It's like, it's not that like, well, there's a couple of things. Number one, like, yes, he is 23 and he's going to act 23. I've been saying this for a long time. He's acting his age, but we also have to admit that some of that is, like you said, Nini, ego as well in there, right? But what I've always said, and I will continue to stand by, is if he does not get intervention now, if someone does not say, actually, there's something wrong with this behavior, this is actually not okay, then when that frontal lobe develops, he locked in. Because I said it before, subscribers have already heard this take, that I do think that Tark and Chellace were a lot more similar than they were different. And I've laid out for you subscribers literally this thing that they did, look at this thing that he did, look at this thing that they did, look at this thing, and I laid it out for you. Like, I think that they are more similar than people realize, and I do want to give him as much grace as possible, and he only has a couple more years before it's like, okay, you need to be showing. Oh, sorry, they go by Clayler. I call them Tark because one time I accidentally did it. It was a slip of the tongue. And now I just keep saying it, but I'm talking about Clayler. But yeah, if he does not make that change, if he does not seek out the actual, feedback and is receptive and is able to grow, right? Because we know that he's receptive to feedback, but he needs to learn how to be an aggressive learner. An aggressive learner does not wait for feedback. An aggressive learner goes out and seeks it. And he needs to learn how to do that so that he can evolve, right? And if he does that, he has loads of potential. If he doesn't, the window will close, right? And not because you can't, your brain will continue to learn things, right? Your brain will continue to learn things, not because he can't, but because he would have spent so many years being validated in how he shows up that he would not think it's anything that he needs to change. So he needs to have someone around him that I know my chat is so unserious. He needs to have someone around him that either pulls his coattails, or he needs to learn how to be an aggressive learner and go out and seek actual real constructive criticism so that he can grow, or he will have no reason to feel like he needs to. Okay? He will have no reason to feel like he needs to. So there are two paths that we very clearly can see potentially being the outcome. Asi, please give us your thoughts.
Sorry, I'll try and be quick, but basically, so I wanted to respond to what Anika said, but just quickly, Gigi, he's a team of one. He's his own manager. So I don't know about the team, like who's going to help him, especially because the way that he talked in the villa and outside of the villa, it just seems like he hasn't got emotional regulation skills, and you need that to negotiate and to persuade and to present. And so I don't know how he can help himself in that regard. I think he needs people to help him the way that other people have their own teams. But the Anika, when you were saying how he's going to respond, how he's going to react, initially I did think he was going to be like jumping up and down in a live and like having a toddler's tantrum. But I think you're right. Maybe not dating Honda Civic, but like, whoever moves on first in a breakup in a relationship wins.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to clear. I'm not saying he's going to date Hubcap. I said
a lookalike. Sorry, I meant a lookalike. Sorry, Hubcap just takes me out every time, so I got a bit distracted. But yeah, a Honda Civic lookalike. But I think he is going to rush to date, and I think that it's going to cause a lot of like drama in his fans, because a lot of his fans are colorist, and they have a lot of like really like snarky, really like racist things to say about the other, like Olandria in particular. And I think that when he does end up with someone who doesn't look like Michelle, they're going to turn like really rabid and racist, the ones that support Ace. And I think that the second thing I was going to say was he had minions in the villa, and he still has a minion now. And I think he's going to rely heavily on his minions to spread his like side of the story. I don't know if you guys know, but Alandria's little sister was on live, and then his best friend was cussing her out on Twitter. So I personally think we will hear what's going on behind the scenes from his friends, either because they can't control their mouth or because he's told them to. But I think he is going to be sad. I think he is going to be a little bit upset. And I think it's because he ran his mouth about real love and 90s love and talking about other people being fake. And now people are talking about him being PR and fake. And I don't think they were. I just think they were incompatible. And I think they forced trying to make it work, like Tina said, trying to make it work because they had so much on the line and because there were like feelings there, and they were just trying to force it to happen, and it just didn't, basically.
I agree. I see. Wait, is Shello in here? Anna, would you like to come up to the panel? You have a lot to say in the comments, and I'm not being shady, for real. Like, if you want to come up to the panel to have like a conversation, I'm happy for you to come up. And share your thoughts, and we can have a conversation. Not y'all trying to summon Shello. I'm not being rude either, Anna. I'm just saying, if you want to come up and share your thoughts, you're saying a lot in the comments. And so if you want to come up, then I want you to do that, and share what you have to say. And okay, well, somebody said they feel like you are being rude. I'm sorry. Listen, I don't know. And then Shello is here. Y'all are trying to conjure Shello up. Y'all are funny. They've been a worry. Wait, stop, y'all. Leave Shello alone. Okay, Lauren, talk about Nick. I see that something is being said about Nick in the comments, y'all. I'm not sure what. I'm trying to keep up, but I'm trying to listen to the panelists too. So I'll be trying to listen and anyway. Okay, Lauren, please give us your thoughts. I'm trying to listen and read at the same time.
I was just going to say, I'll be super quick, right? Because I have to run inside. I just want to thank Nick and Alandria, but especially Nick, for giving me like a good swoon moment, because number one, he's clearly got that thing, right? Like, I don't know what it's like to meet him. I don't know if anyone did the meetups yet, but the way that these interviewers sexualize this man is inappropriate and weird, but also I feel like he makes them feel certain ways in certain parts of their body. And I don't know if he would make me feel that way. I don't know if I saw him in person. I would try to control it, right? But I felt like on the interview, I loved that he said that he's kind of mirroring his mom's life and how she was kind of like a model, and he kind of did the same thing. And then she, you know, kind of found her footing and found a different career. I found it to be super interesting. And then hopping from watching that podcast to Alandria's live, and when she talks about him, her just kind of cheesing and lighting up, like, yes, that other couple broke up, like, good for them or whatever. But like, let's talk about how we have a real life rom-com giving us life heavy in these troubled times. And I just want to just give them both their props, but also talk about how, I don't know what the aura is that Nick is giving, but the way that these interviewees react, he must have that thing. And I'm a land plane. Thank you.
You know, y'all, I actually didn't take I didn't take I felt like he was poking at him in jest. I feel like they said that they're actually friends, like they vibed. So like, I don't have any idea what their relationship is like for them to joke with each other like that. I think Carter also probably knows his fan base. So what I thought, and I might be giving too much cover, right? But what I thought is like, when he talked about it being the dark room, like Nick, Carter knows who his fan base is, and he knows that they're going to think something different. And so it was like a little kiki with his audience that he's like letting Nick in on this joke about what that would mean. No, he had met him at the VMAs. They talked about how they had really connected. They were cool, whatever. And like, they really clicked. I think I'm going to be honest. Can I be honest? I think that it made some people uncomfortable. I did not perceive Carter the way I perceived Andy Cohen. I felt like Andy was clearly pushing some lines, right? Like, to me, that felt clear, right? It did not seem the same way to me personally, and I think that some people might have felt away simply because it was a man doing it.
Andy gives director's couch, and I know that, right? I really get that. I also know what a dark room is, okay? Like, and some circuit things. Like, I mean, I get it, right? I just feel like, and maybe it'll always be this way with both Alandria and Nick, because they are such attractive people. That, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how I would handle myself in real life. I don't know if I would be appropriate, inappropriate. I do think that the jokes were, I think it was in good jest, but I also think Nick has that thing. It's not just Carter that acts this way when they're talking to him on the mic. That's why I'm like, oof, I bet you he has that thing, a little razz, you know?
And y'all know I don't disagree. I have been very adamant about not liking them being sexualized unnecessarily. I think I just personally, in this particular instance, didn't feel like it was the same. I thought it was like I realize that this means something that maybe you don't realize it means. And so that was like funny to him. I don't know. That's how I perceived it. But I watched it through one time on 1.5 speed. So maybe I missed some things. I'm not even going to lie to you. Okay. I feel like Aussie wanted to say something. Wait. Okay, y'all. Shello is back. Shello, do you want to come up to the panel? Because you are, as usual, loud in my comments, friend. And you are always welcome to come up here. Yeah, oh, sorry. Yes. So the dark room situation. What happened is Nick was talking about how him and his friends were in this dark room, doing his like DJ stuff. And, a dark room is like a place that you go in a gay club, is what Carter was explaining. I'm trying to think of the ways to say this on live. I feel like that's appropriate enough. It has some connotation to it. Y'all listen, I know. I actually let Shello say whatever Shello wants in here pretty much, because Shello doesn't get too crazy. Shello is pretty young, I'm pretty sure. But y'all conjure Shello up. And I think that Nick, he definitely knows how to the same way that he checked Nick Cannon. I think he would have done the same if he felt like he needed to. You know what I mean? Shello, don't do that. I think he is very charming and charismatic. Yeah. Which is part of what Carter was giving him his tins about, is he was just one of the most warm, welcoming people like that I've ever met. Like, he was immediately just like, yeah, like, you know, like, Nick makes you, he was basically saying Nick makes you feel like one of those people, like, you've known him forever, even when you haven't. And so that would explain maybe people feeling a little too comfortable with him. Nick is going to have to learn how to protect that energy a little bit more. And Nick did say he was super straight. Yeah. So, okay, I see 2 more people in my queue. I'm going to bring you up. Listen, did y'all scare out this other one?
I'm wondering if Anna wants to come up, because she has quite a bit to say.
Listen,
about.
Come on, girl. Come on, Anna. We want to hear you.
I would step down if she wants to come up. I'd happily step down if she wants to come up, because she has quite a bit to say in the comments.
Can I just, Anna, you have a very strange way of spelling out that Chellacers are the ones who levied the PR accusation, especially following their Lord and Savior's interview insinuating that Nick and Alandria were PR. So to try to reverse that is kind of weird when we have the evidence in 4K. Like, it really doesn't take too much Googling to find that. Like, that's a really weird way to type that out. Like, I think you're mispronouncing it was the Chellacers following their Lord and Savior. I don't know why you're going so hard, unless you're Ace. Like, you could be Ace, you could be Alan. Anna could really be Alan. Because I don't know, like, because we know that they were, you know, they were real, that they were, you know, together. It's okay. You know, they broke up, and that's also okay. And they're mourning that, and that's also okay. Nobody said that they were PR. Not Nick Alandria was fighting the PR allegation. So what are we turning? Don't do that. You will not gaslight me today. I walked in a parade today. My feet hurt. We're not doing that.
Wait, what parade were you in, Gigi?
My daughter had me at the Lake Worth doggone Christmas parade. They had me out there passing candy canes to little kids, little snot-nosed children.
Oh, that's so cute.
No, that's not cute. That's not cute. That's not cute.
You're giving Grinch, girl.
A whole Grinch.
Oh, that's so funny. Okay, yeah, Anna, I will say, so she was saying other people were saying they were PR, and I was saying that most people don't believe that. I'm assuming y'all are talking about Michelle and Alan. We very, you're responding to what the purple person said. I will say that we have talked very explicitly in this live about how that's an invalid and unfair, like, it's a lazy, honestly, take on the situation. Okay, but again, I'm happy for you to come up and actually, like, share your thoughts. I promise we're collaborative in the sandbox over here. I won't say that we're nice, but we are brave, and nobody comes up here and just gets dog walked. That's not how it happens. So you are welcome to come up if you would like to. Lady EB, please give us your thoughts. Welcome to the panel.
Hey there. I just want to say concerning specifically Alan, I think a lot of times and I've seen it when you make insight pertaining to people's behaviors, they assume that is coming from a place of trauma or even experience. They assume, oh, you just projecting. Not necessarily. When you basically grown and you start paying attention to certain patterns and behaviors or even things, lived experiences, you can't help but notice it in other people or recognize the signs. And for me, he does come off as this grandiose, very religious man, because he constantly, even when he started doing the interviews, they was asking him concerning the relationships between Nick and him and Alandria. So everything positive and this and that. And they were asking him about moving forward, what he planned on doing. I'm planning on allowing God to lead me, and I remember even having experience with an ex where they use this very narcissistic, very charismatic, and it's not and just like you said, Tina, after they get to a certain age, if they don't deal with that thing, they stay there and nobody can tell them anything. And they always want people around them as yes men. So what they'll do is they will isolate themselves. They will isolate themselves only to people that will agree with their ideology, and they have no room for change. And when you're like that, you don't grow, you don't evolve, and you're out of touch with people, and you assume that it's everybody else is the issue and not you. And I remember, and I think I had sent it to your inbox, where a part of a live where he said he was telling his live about, the girlfriend proposal to Michelle, and, and then he was like, yeah. And I was telling her, oh, babe, and I love you. He said, but I'm gonna need for you to lock in, because if you don't, I'm gonna crash out. And it went from a smile to a very dark, sadistic. It was very dark. And I looked and I was like, oh my God. I said, this is not cool. And I remember somebody else, when they posted it, and somebody responded in the comments, they were like, y'all don't see nothing wrong with this behavior? Everybody thought it was funny, and was like over 9,000 likes. And I'm like, this is not normal behavior. This is something to be concerned about. And I believe that's why a lot of times, especially as people, we don't recognize the signs. Sometimes we allow ourselves to overlook the red flags in hopes that that person can change. But if you do not, you wind yourself up in situations that are very harmful for you. I know for me, it was like I wanted to appease being a pick-me, basically. I don't be honest. I wanted to be in a relationship. But if you're not careful, you subject yourself to foolishness. You subject yourself to just weird stuff. But my prayer for him is that he will grow, he will evolve, he will change. But the only way that would happen is that he has to be open to it. He has to be willing to admit you have some issues. And a lot of it, you can tell, is deep rooted and seated in his childhood that he never dealt with. And now it's playing out in real time before the whole world. And instead of him sitting himself down and humbling himself to say, hey, I need to work on this and I need help, it's almost like it's like the type of man that he is. And, the men like that, they like to up the ante. You're not going to prove me wrong. And before I admit that I'm wrong, I'm going to take it up a notch. And that's what I see what's happening.
Listen. Okay, y'all, I typically don't do this, but I am going to do this. Lady EB, thank you so much. Listen, y'all, Pap828 is just being silly in here. They are trolling. Child. They ain't got nothing to say.
If it was Speedy or Ace. I was wondering.
I'll never know they're muted now.
What does he know? I mean, what does Ace know? Where will they see hanging out in secret?
Much like how many licks it takes to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop, the world will never know because they are muted now.
Amen. Thank you, Nikki. Chris is not modding, but Gigi is modding right now. I appreciate you, Nikki. Stop telling him that we jumped you. You're going to scare him. Nike, you going to scare him, girl. And I appreciate you for offering. Okay, listen, y'all. It is 503 of us in here. Please go ahead and tap up the live. Also, I am nearly at 10,000 followers. It would be great if I could get to 10,000 followers, if for no other reason than to make playlists of all my takes about everything, so y'all don't have to scroll through my profile all the time. So if you are not following me, I would really appreciate a follow, especially if you're in here and you actually vibe with my panel, because this is how we show up in this space all the time. As you can hear, everybody up here is really fucking smart. They have great takes, even when we don't agree with each other or when you don't agree with them. They have great takes. I appreciate y'all so much for gifting my panelists. I love when you do that. Tina didn't jump me. She did referee while they did though. Listen, We play very cute and very brave over here. So I appreciate y'all for being in the space with us. I appreciate you for the follows. I appreciate you for the likes. I appreciate you for the shares. You can go ahead and send a heart me to lock in. I know that y'all have heard me also reference several times that subscribers have already heard me say certain things, and that subscribers hear a lot more of my opinions about things, because they do. Now, not everybody wants to give their money to TikTok, but if you are a person that feels okay with that, you can click my face. Don't become a super fan. You need to go to my page and actually subscribe. It's cheaper than being a super fan anyway. And you can watch all of my subscriber takes about everything. Okay. All right, my dears. Let's go ahead and hear from V Harmony next.
Hey y'all. Girl, I was watching Blue last night. I don't know if y'all know who Blue Centric is. If you don't, go get to know her. She has really good insight from multiple perspectives. I'm telling you, she can take you around the world and then some, and you don't even think you left the house. You feel what I'm saying? And it was something that she said that hit me like a ton of bricks, because we were talking about the Michelle and what's that boy's name?
Alan.
Why would she go with Alan of all things? Anyway, that's not the point. Alan is what is known in the astrology world as a Leo stellium. Meaning, within his natal chart, that particular sign is more powerful than your rising sign. There's a misconception in astrology. You have a big three, your sun, moon, and your rising. The sun sign is really not the most important. Your rising sign is the most important, because that's how people look at you and would assume that you were, if you're a Leo rising, they're going to be like, okay, you definitely give me Leo vibes, but your sun sign could be Taurus or Pisces. Now, when you add in a stellium in there in a particular house, that represents your livelihood, your romance, you know what I'm saying, relationships, how you deal with people. Alan is a Leo of the Leos of the Leos from an ancestor Leo, meaning you cannot out Leo that man on his worst day. Now, if you are someone who's into that kind of thing and you kind of look at it with a perspective, because again, astrology ain't for everybody. Some people, just not work, but personality traits are personality traits. And if you see that man in 4K, where is he always? Center of attention. He has to be the one mostly talking. When they were in the villa, Nick and Three Dreads had to let the people know, no, that wasn't all Ace, but that's what y'all saw. But it was really Taylor that was pushing for Jeremiah to get kicked out. But why are we only focused on Alan? And then there's this assumption or idea that Alan was helping Taylor. He was being, what's the word I'm looking for, Tina? Complacent? Mm-hmm. To Taylor's... yes. So Taylor would be complicit because he's doing something, right? That's misleading to another person that could be harmful for them. And when you are complacent, you know that is happening with Taylor and you're doing nothing to stop it and or helping with the situation. And now why would Alan need to do that? Why would he put himself in that position when he says that Ola is one of his top girls? Because him working with Taylor puts him back in front of everybody so he can get the W at the end, and they get booted the day before. Now you're mad at Nick because you and Ola was supposed to be the ones that's gone, and me and Michelle was supposed to be at the end. Now y'all got to keep in mind, and I know people hate when people bring up Love Island, but y'all need to understand that they carry that out of the villa with them. Which is why people are and moving the way that they are moving, is because of the lasting effects that happen within that villa that we still don't even probably know about. We probably still at the tip of the iceberg. But you know what's at the tip of Alan's iceberg? Being the center of attention. Do you think I care that I didn't win the money? Let me show you how I can give that and then some. What he do? Hop on this good old app on Beyonce's internet and showed out and didn't say nothing. That's all a stellium needs. As long as you see me, that's all I care about, negative or not. Now think about Michelle. What would Michelle need to do to stay in Alan's orbit as a stellium. She needs to be the other word because they call it the 3 C's. It's complicit, complacent, and something else. It's something. It basically means that they're just people pleasers. Do Michelle give you a people pleaser vibe?
I don't know if I think she's a people pleaser. I don't know if I saw enough out of her to think she's a people pleaser. I think
that's my point.
I think that Michelle just has a. Let me think about how I want to say it. I don't know if it's
okay, but this is my point though, and tell me and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just what was going through my mind and why I'm like, okay, this could be a part of a reason why they did not work out, and maybe or maybe not can spin the block, but maybe not or whatever, is because Michelle is not that. I don't think that Michelle is a people pleaser, and she's not willing to just play the game because you told her to. Because when y'all was doing all of that in the villa, and she may or may not have known about it, but you didn't see her in the forefront. You only saw Alan and Taylor. I honestly believe Alan needs, especially at this age that he's at, he's in his early 20s. We didn't care in our 20s. Cut it out. I didn't care. Like, I thought it was cute that couples wanted to hook up with me versus like, girl, that's not, but that's weird. Why are couples, what kind of vibe are you putting out there that you think is cute for couples to be like, hey, y'all want to come hang out with us and, do what it do, boo? I thought it was funny and cute. As an adult now in her 30s, I will be like, I know you're not breathing my direction. Are you crazy? He's in his 20s. He's a Leo stimulant, and he needs somebody at this time in his life to be that people pleaser. And I feel like Michelle could only do that for so long, and she had a line, and I think a line was crossing. That's why she got up on Beyonce's internet with them two nice white men that said, "Ooh, girl, you breaking the tea over here. Hold on, wait, why we need to talk about this first? Ooh, they gonna come for us. They gonna come for us." Michelle, she had to take control of her own narrative. She didn't let nobody else know. Nobody else knew. But as soon as she got and was talking to him, she said, you know what? Cat's out the bag. I'm about to tell it. We ain't together no more. And it's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that would do damage to Alan because he needs to be and remain the center of attention. And guess what? Michelle's not going for it no more. You can find somebody else. I'm too grown for this. And that's why also I believe their age plays a big factor because, honey, been there, done that. And quiet as a scamp, I don't even think Michelle was probably like that when she was in her early 20s. I feel like she's always been like, this is what I want, and if I don't get it, get out my face. Chris didn't show up for her the way that Michelle needed him to show up for her to prove that her bringing him to her was actually really for her. And you see how that turned out. You see what I'm saying? Yes. And then another person made a point, and I'm almost there. Another person made a point too. According to Michelle and her likes and dislikes when it comes to a relationship, what about any of that says Alan? I'm gonna let y'all marinate on that. And that's what I'm thinking right now. This is where I'm at.
Okay.
Thanks, Tina girl.
You welcome, B. So I want to say a couple things. Number one, Lane 878, I see you've made it to the chat, friend. And y'all don't let Lane bait you either, okay? Lane is a rage baiter, and Lane is a heavy Alan defender. I'm convinced that Lane is Alan or someone that knows Alan, because Lane comes in here and will deride Alan like they know him personally. And so don't let yourself be rage baited. But we let Lane hang out because Lane don't say nothing too crazy. We just mostly be letting Lane chat in the chat, okay? We let him
someone said in the comments, why do Leos crave attention? I don't know. Why do pregnant women crave peanut butter and pickle when that shouldn't go together? It's just a thing.
Oh, someone said they cookie. Listen. And then the other one, Cello. Hi, Cello. I see that you are here. Cello, you were asked which parent you're taking in the divorce. I'm wondering if you are picking sides or if you are a child that's going to remain neutral. The chat would like to know. And then I want to say this. I thought about your question. I don't think that Michelle is a people pleaser. What I think about Michelle, and I'm trying to say this nicely. What I think about Michelle is that Michelle is, she's male centered. Okay. I don't know how else to say that. Michelle has, I think, a very particular perception of how she thinks she's supposed to show up as a partner in a relationship. I don't even perceive her as passive. Here's the thing. I pointed this out for my subscribers. Now y'all are getting to hear it finally. But y'all need to remember back when they were doing the kissing challenge when everybody was in Casa, Alan was leading the villa and she was leading Casa. She's not nearly as passive as y'all like to think she is. She's passive in relationship to that man because that's how she thinks she's supposed to be as a woman partner to a man partner. That is what that is about. It's about deriding the patriarchy. Okay. Because then when you watched all those girls that went into I think it was her, Clark, Olandria, not Honda Civic, and Amaya. And they did an interview together. This was when they were on their press run afterward. She was the loudest voice out of those voices. Okay. Then when you think back to her, when it came to the boat with Hannah, she was the loudest voice in that too. So she is a lot like Alan. She just shows up differently in relationship to Alan because of ideology that she subscribes to about how she's supposed to be as a woman in a relationship with a man. Okay? Does that make sense? That is my perception of her. And so what I would say about how, to your point, B, how that might have impacted their dynamic. I said earlier already, right? She is who she actually did dim her light in order to be in her relationship. And I think that at 27 years old, well, now 28 years old, 27, turned 28 years old, she was only going to be able to do that for so long. She is at a particular juncture of life where that is going to not be as true for her. And listen, and I need not you just threw my phone. Oh, I have to tell y'all what Chris said about y'all. Okay. And I need y'all to understand that 2026 and my astrology people that are in here, I know not everybody does astrology, but my astrology people that are in here will tell y'all that 2026 is the year of me, myself, and I. 2025 was about like other people. It was about you trying to show up for other people, and not that you're not going to have community, but you are going to focus more on you. You are going to focus on what makes you happy. You are really going to center your joy. And so I think she happens to be at an age range where that was already not going to, that was only, yes, she's in her Saturn return. That was only going to last for so long. And we are moving into a different age, in a different era, in a different phase. And so I do think that, she was only going to be able to keep shrinking for so long. I don't think that's who she is. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I think that, yes, that would not work out. I think that Alan is oh my God, I'm reading him a little bit, y'all. Okay. I think that Alan, I'm gonna stop after this. Alan is the epitome of the man that gets a bad bitch and then wants her to stop being a bad bitch.
Thank you. That's girl. Yes, that right there. That right there. He can't fit. He can't sit with her. So if he can't sit with her, she gotta go. That is a Leo stellium to their core. If they are not the leader, they are not following, even if they don't know nothing. You can't even read, but I'm still gonna lead this charge though. Excuse you. What's that sign mean? It says stop. Okay, well, you just told me now get back to the back. That's all I'm saying.
And so that's the point, right? Somebody said, I see what you said in the comments. I ain't gonna say it. It can't be two bad bitches in a relationship. Listen, he wants to be the star of the show. And unlike some other couples that we've seen, and I'm not even gonna say Nick and Alandria, I'm gonna say Clay and Meg Thee Stallion. I'm gonna use them for you. You are watching Clay love his woman and defend his woman as she is a fucking star. Meg Thee Stallion is a goddamn star. Okay? She's a star. She's a bad bitch, a star. And you know what? He's not threatened by that. He's not threatened by that. He allows her to shine because that makes him happy to watch her win. Alan does not feel the same way. Alan does not feel the same way. Shello, not you trying to convince yourself. Alan does not feel the same way. He needs Michelle to be, I got a girlfriend now, y'all. I'm a girlfriend now, y'all. Not I'm a boyfriend, I'm a girlfriend. Not, I got a girlfriend, I got a boyfriend. I got a girlfriend now, I'm a girlfriend now. He needs her to want to be small and an accessory to him. And she's never going to be able to sustain that because that is not who she is. That's not who she is. And it was only going to be so many times that they were going to be able to sit in an interview and she was going to be able to squeeze his leg to keep him from saying that thing out loud and then to speak for them. He was only going to tolerate that for so long. Whew, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. But he was only going to be able to tolerate that for so long. Which is why, like you just put in the comments, right? But who is Ace? Even when he asked her to close off in the villa, it was about him. Whoever he is with right now needs to be an accessory to him. And Michelle was only going to be able to keep that up for so long. So that dynamic was going to crumble. And y'all are hearing it. Y'all are hearing it now. I'm telling you. Okay. And then the last thing I want to say, Chris told me to tell you.
Did you just say this?
Chris was saying that he was like, let me turn on his phone so I can screen record the live so that your parishioners don't get mad at me because the comments are not there. I said, did you just call them my parishioners? This is not a church. He said, I said what I said.
Teamocracy say amen, Lord. Amen.
Amen.
I was crying. Okay. I just had to tell y'all that he said that.
Hallelujah.
Okay, Lamikia.
Praise be.
Please give us your thoughts, my friend.
So my thoughts are basically, and hey Tina, it's been a while.
Hello.
My thoughts are basically like with Ace and Shelly, I always thought that it was going to end. And I can tell you, I saw it kind of ending in the villa. I felt like they were together to prove a point. Like they liked each other. They wanted to win together. But it was like they were trying to prove a point, especially after the whole heart rate challenge and then them finding out they was coming in last. And I don't know if y'all caught this, but they was looking at each other like, what the fuck did you do? Like, what are you doing that I don't know about? And you can tell ever since that happened, they was going out of their way to like be more likable, be more relatable. Like, he was always a performer in their relationship. He was being performative, very much like showing I'm the best boyfriend, I'm good boyfriend material. He was chasing her. And when he won her, he was like, all right, now you got to chase me. You got to play your part. You got to be my accessory because I put in all this work. I invested in you. Now you got to pay back the investment. And when it got out, if you will notice, he felt some type of way because everybody was pushing like Alandria and Shelly, Nick and Alandria, core 4. But a lot of people really did not like Ace. But they love Shelly. And he left her out there on her own. She was going out there on her own. And even at all these award shows and stuff like that, he was never supportive. He wasn't supporting her. And when you saw them doing interviews, he was always talking and she was always nodding, but she always looked down. And like you even pointed that out one time, you know, like she wasn't in agreement with what he was saying. Her experience was in the relationship. And as you started to see them more and more, it was the same thing. Like she was talking and he was talking, but you could look at her and see like, what are you talking about? Like that's not what I'm experiencing. And then when you looked at those pictures from her brother's proposal, the body language looked off. They were close, but it looked forced. And they were trying so hard to prove a point that they were likable, like, oh, we're the best couple, we're so close, I know her so well. He did this big grand gestures, but I think it was starting to get to her because it really wasn't about her. Like somebody said, like she wants to be the prize and she will play her position as a girlfriend if she's being taken care of. She wasn't taking care of her in the way she needed to be taken care of. He wasn't being a partner the way she needed him to be a partner. The Ace that she was seeing in the villa was not the Ace that showed up outside. And she couldn't, like, I'm be a submissive girlfriend, but in her mind, I'm being submissive, but what am I getting out of this? Like, it's not, I can dim my light if you're going to take care of me the way I need to be taken care of. You're going to show up for me the way I need you to show up for me. But he won't doing that. And I think she got to the point where I'm not going to keep pretending for you that you're a great boyfriend. I'm not going to be Mary J. Blige. I'm not about to be Cardi B. I'm getting out while the getting good. And notice she didn't break this news on a black platform. She broke it on a white platform, which says a lot to me. Because I think she felt if I did this on a black audience, because we were pushing black love so much, that they would not receive it well. So she did it on a white podcast because they were like, "Oh no, are you okay?" Versus, I feel like on a black media platform, they would have tried to dig deeper and question her about it, and she probably want to get the kind of treatment Alandria got. But that's my take on it, though.
Yeah, I think that's a great take. To someone saying, so number one, somebody asked in the comments, can you come up? You can always request to come up. I will never boot subscribers for other people, but I will rotate out other folks. So you can always request and just hang out, and I will usually rotate you up. The other thing, someone said that was it like intentional or was she caught off guard? I don't think she was caught off guard. I think she made a choice to say it. I think she had already been uncomfortable around questions surrounding them. It was very obvious to me, and I talked about it already in the Tish Cyrus podcast, how she had that awkward giggle and laugh. I think that she probably could have revealed things then. She chose not to. She chose to say that answer in that on that podcast. Princess Leia, I think you're giving them way too much credit. I don't think at all that they are in cahoots in order to have some sort of like PR stunt around this. I don't think at all that that's what this is. I think they are actually broken up. And I think that, if it was a PR stunt, I don't think it would have happened the way that it happened. If he was trying to lean into his love and basketball narrative that he likes so much, I think the breakup would have looked differently. It wouldn't have looked like how it did. It would have looked like a random, white gay podcast that they know a ton of their fan base doesn't watch being the platform that's announced on if this was a PR stunt. That would not be that's just not even good. Like, that's not a good effort at it. You know what I mean? So I don't think that I don't think it was like, I don't think so. People are asking, and I will say this, somebody else in the comments said, "Oh, is he doing another Speedy interview?" I think that's just a rumor, y'all.
I have a question, Tina.
Yeah.
At the end of, because we know the movie Love and Basketball, at the end of Love and Basketball, Monica was the one that made it to the WNBA. Q didn't even last a semester when he busted his behind. So
that's why they divorced. That's why they divorced.
So that's what I'm like. So why are you looking at Love and Basketball as like one of your favorite and romance? But baby, Q was sitting on the sideline with a busted knee and a baby in his lap. So boy, what are you? I'm sorry. Is he okay?
The reason why, I'm going to tell you what I think, and then I'm gonna let Nikki give her thoughts. And dark skin lover girl, I see your question. I'm going to answer it in a second. The reason why he's looking to that love story, this is me being cynical. The reason why he looks to that story as like, oh, this is such a great love story, is because Quincy drugged that girl through the fucking dirt, the mud, the muck, and the mire. And it wasn't until that man didn't have shit going for himself that honestly they ended up together. Now you can be the star because I've already done everything that I could have possibly done. That's why he thinks that shit is cute. And then
play him for it.
Tina, do you think he knew she would say it at that interview? Because on his live, it didn't seem. I don't know. I haven't watched his live. I don't know if he knew or not. I think that honestly, I don't know. She said it was mutual. I'm just gonna choose to believe her, even though we know that she has a tenuous relationship with the entire truth around things. I'm gonna choose to believe that he knew.
Tina, just one thing. What she said was mutual, was the breakup. The decision to break up was mutual. But I think that she blindsided him with the announcement of it, because in the People magazine article that kind of more or less transcribed her statement, she said that they were thinking about their fans and the people who love them and follow them. So I think part of it had to do with they had decided to break up, but maybe, and this is just speculation on my part, maybe in his mind he was playing for time that she would have changed her mind, because they put into this thing that what about the fans? You know, and it has me wondering, why are y'all are in a relationship together? Why are you thinking about what the hell the fans would think? I mean, yes, it factors into the entire nature of, you know, why they got in the villa for the social capital and what have you. But you broke up. I mean, yeah, you're going to break up, quote unquote, with the fans too. But I mean, come on, your first consideration should be your emotional health, not what fans think. So that for me was very, very weird. And I did see a clip of Ace's live, at least the end of it, and he was very subdued. He was animated, but he wasn't as animated as he usually is, and that is to be expected. It's a breakup. They liked each other. I don't care what anybody says. They did like each other.
Yes.
So it's going to hurt. But I mean, that part with the fans, when the part of her statement where she said they were thinking about the fans, I was like, what the hell? What are you thinking about fans for? That don't make sense to me.
So, Anika, great point. And then I'm going to shut up and let Nikki and Vibe Lounge talk. Y'all, we need to get 200,000 likes. Like, that should be easy. And I'm going to read these two comments, but then I'm going to maybe have my mod turn off the comments until we can get there. Haya said, I bet she would have liked to coordinate, but maybe he wasn't cooperating. And then right underneath Haya's comment, Bo said he definitely wanted to control the narrative and it backfired hard. I would not be shocked at all if it was a last power play. If the breakup being mutual, being I have to go along to get along because she's decided that we are done, right? So fine. Okay, sure. It's mutual in that way. But the final power play that I'm going to give is not sitting down and writing this mutual statement together. I'm going to keep dragging it out, Anika, to your point, trying to buy time. I'm going to see how long I can go. How far can I push? I don't think she'll say it without me. And then she was like, actually, motherfucker, boom, here it is. Now it has to be done, right? Like that is something that certain personality types will use to hold on and to maintain power in that dynamic when they feel it's slipping out of their control. They will do whatever that last power play might look like. And in this case, I could very easily believe that it would be that she wanted to do some level of joint statement. Let's have a mutual clean break because again, she is 28 years old. She's grown as hell. And that he was not willing to do that. He kept dragging his feet. And so then this announcement, I could definitely believe that he felt blindsided by that. Okay, Nikki, I'm gonna be quiet. Please give us your thoughts.
Hey, Tina, before I go, before I start. So you're a March Pisces woman. Mm-hmm. Were you emo when you were, why is my time going? Were you emo when you were a teenager?
I wouldn't say I was emo. What I will say is I was significantly fucking depressed. But I also had like undiagnosed ADHD and shit. But yeah. Understood.
No, my goddaughter is a March Pisces 21-year-old and very, very emo. And I feel like me and her mom are both fire signs. I feel bad for the girl.
I mean, we are very, I will say, I'm not going to give this, I'm going to give you your time back, Nikki. We are very much, we feel all the emotions very deeply. And that is something I say that I feel like people don't understand about Pisces. Lots of people think that Pisces are just criers. But when I tell you we feel all the emotions deeply.
All the things.
Rage, all the things. Anger, joy, all of them we feel very deeply. So
my God, the struggle is real right now in her house right now. It's so real. So I'm just put her on the prayer list. As a matter of fact, hello everyone. I want to say hi to the panel, to the people that the comments are off. That's y'all's fault because I've been liking the live. I am a happy parishioner of the Tina Church of Latter-day Saints. Happy to be here. Cello's biggest fan. Listen, Cello, I want you to come on up. Sugar, it's okay. Here's the thing. I would love to know, for, my curiosity, to really have a conversation with a Chellacer or an Alan or Shelly fan, just to see, what it is that, they're feeling right now, because I know they're here, and I just want to let you know that, this is a really, safe place, as long as you keep it respectful. We actually would love to hear a different point of view, considering that most of us here are more, on the Nick and Alandria train, or just likes to see, very balanced perspectives of Love Island of contestants. So just wanted to let people know that, please, if you have a difference of opinion, it's okay to come on. What I wanted to say was, in Blues Live, I just, I just hear a lot of chatter about, there was a lot of chatter when this first happened about Shalandria making a comeback, and Blue clearly stated, which I absolutely agreed with, and this is how I move in the world, is that she doesn't want to hear anything or see anything of a Shalandria until season 8 actually starts. Because if you're living in real life and someone has, again, what Shelly did does not make her a bad person, but she did choose her man over, who did something very harmful to somebody that she was supposed to be in a sisterhood with. You chose. That was a very bad decision, and you're reaping the consequences of it. For me, as I said last night, my issues with Michelle happened inside the villa, when she was on that couch and they had an opportunity to say who they were going to vote for, and they chose Amaya and Brian. I side-eyed it at that moment. That was the moment that I was just like, something ain't right here. So for all of those that are thinking this all happened after Speedy, not for me. And what Blue said, what I think it's very important and has saved me in a lot of a reason why I have the longevity of relationships that I have in my life, is that when a person has wronged me and I truly love them, I create time and space to rebuild the trust. And just because Michelle has broken or they have ended their relationship, does not mean automatically somebody should jump back in. And I know that's how a lot of y'all live y'all's lives. And that's exactly how y'all continue to get got, is because you don't know how to take a bad situation and rebuild trust from there. And that only takes time. It takes time, and it takes an acknowledgement of the wrong, and it takes accountability of the wrong, and then you make and asking for clear boundaries in order to move forward, so it doesn't happen again. I need to hear that from that person who has wronged me. Mm-hmm. So I hope a lot of y'all younger people are really taking note to this, because this has been, if I had this information when I was younger, it would have saved me a lot of heartbreak. Luckily, I was a smart person. I listened and I watched other people go through a lot of shit, and I did not have to learn the hard way. I pretty much got it in college, how this was going to work. But in high school, that was my pattern. So just wanted to say that. And then lastly, I have a bit of this is a speculation now, just my personal speculation. I'm wondering if at a point in time, Michelle started to realize my career is not advancing. Her team is saying, you need to start following what Nick and Landry do and starting to separate you two as entities. Alan, knowing that he doesn't have the public support anymore, is pushing her to stay in this couple. And I can see him giving her an ultimatum, being like, well, if you don't want to be here, like if you don't want to do this couple thing together, then maybe we should do it separately. And she called him on his bluff. I can see that happening, but this is just speculation, so that's just something I was thinking of. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Listen, Princess Leia and Ella, I see y'all going back and forth in the comments. Ella, you are welcome to come up here. Dark Skin Lover Girl, Nikki, they are right. I know that y'all are in here. I know that there are Chellacers in here. I know that there are Ace Mod people in here. You are welcome to come up. You do have to have good sense. You have to be able to articulate your perspective and not devolve into just like emotional attacks on people. But you are welcome to come up here and try to have an actual conversation with us. Now, Jim X Jim, I don't know about all that. I don't think anybody cheated. I think it was just a matter of it didn't work out. Like, I don't personally get down with the speculation. Y'all know I don't do that. Now, if it comes out that happened, okay, fine. But I don't think that happened. I will say too that who was it? Shit. I can't think of it now. I'll come back to it if it comes to my mind again. But y'all are welcome to come up. Okay? You can come up here. You can share your thoughts. I will say that I am going to yeah, that's what I think. The American Dream 1976. And to those of y'all that are asking, yes, I will be posting this live to YouTube. The live from last night is already on YouTube, and this one will go on YouTube as well. Y'all are on Ella's helmet, but y'all are being kind so far, so I'm gonna let it ride. Okay, bye, Blanche. Please give me your thoughts, my love.
Hello, ladies. Good evening. Okay, so I want to start off with how we raise our male children and why it's important, because these are things that will transcend to adulthood. You know, this pattern of my son is king. Model of raising men, letting them know that the only thing they have to be is be successful and they can get away with anything. And we raise women to believe that your life is just the service to a man. You just have to serve a man, make sure he has warm food, you know, keep his bed warm and all of that. Those are something that will come naturally when you love a woman the right way. Submission becomes something that she doesn't even have to think about. She will do that. Love a woman the right way. You won't even have to ask her to submit. She would do it, because in a place where a woman feels comfortable and loved, every motherly anything, all those instincts just like naturally just flow. She goes into her feminine energy and not where she's like struggling to, you know, struggle power with you or something like that. So I think that I have to be the most important. A woman needs to serve me and everything. And we saw this during Shirley's birthday. Because as a man who is dating a woman, it's your duty to be at that event, making sure everything is set up for the event and people coming and everything. Shirley should be walking in there with you as the man already present, probably welcoming the guest and all of that, and not you being the one that comes late when everybody was already sat. Then you walked in with this big bouquet of flower because you want to be the center of attention. Even that day was Shirley's birthday, but it's made it about him. Those are the sign of like, oh, it's about me. No consideration. It's very nonchalant and everything. Like that day, you should be like running around making sure things are good, making sure your woman is just going to have a stress-free birthday. Not she sitting at that table and waiting, where is my boyfriend? Where is he? You know, something like that. It shouldn't be one thing to worry about that day, but he made it about him. So those are the signs you see like in interview, like, you know, like he wants to lead, not give her time to actually express herself, which is why we thought maybe, you know, she doesn't talk much because we don't know her, because he wants to like talk for her and talk for him and all that. So, which is crazy. So at the end of the day, the relationship they have, I believe they like themselves, but I think Alan was more in love with the idea of what he thought the relationship is, not the actual relationship. It's just an idea that he has in his head. Okay, like if I'm with this black skinned woman, we can promote the black love. They had camera crew going everywhere with them. They were doing videography and everything. Like literally, it was like a reality TV show that didn't air. Like that was what was going on. And he knows his audience. And he was ready to like pander to that audience, but the thing fell apart because of the podcast. Then now to the podcast. He had good points in that podcast. He talked about how maybe the black men and the women in the show were made to be like nanny therapists to every other person in the house. But in the same breath, he talked about that you were feeling this resentment towards production, but production gave you an opportunity to, mislead another black woman and even treat her even worse than they're already being treated. That was your time to shine and say, no, I have my issue with you guys. You guys are already treating us like trash. Now you want me to treat a black woman even worse on the national TV. What did he do? He took the offer. Because at the end of the day, he didn't care. So if you're going to come preach black love, we have to roll it all the way back. That was your time to say, I'm standing on business. No, you're not going to treat my black sisters in my presence like that, because I already have qualms with you people and I want to like even complain about what you people have been doing. Now you're telling me again that I have to treat this black woman even worse than they're already being treated and all that. You tap dance for the producers. You did what? Tap dance for them and actually involved yourself in even deceiving and treating her bad. Then on that podcast, you talked more about Olandria than you talked about Shelly. He could have talked about Shelly and the bullying and the harassment Shelly was getting online. That was the time for him to stand up for his girlfriend. Guess what? That did not happen. Because he was more concerned about all that. And there's different occasions that he has shown that this relationship wasn't in this relationship to be challenged and love this woman and love her out loud. No, the grand gestures is just for like the public to see I'm doing this, these are the things I'm doing. But when it came to the important things that really were very minute things, but they're very important, he didn't do them. Like he had a stage to talk about the bullying online. Shelly's mental health. This is what is going on and it's not fun. No, that was the time he talked about, I worked with production and they made me deceive a black woman and we're supposed to feel sorry for you. No, because at this point we are angry with production. Now you just added yourself to the list. So like we're supposed to say, oh, okay, sorry, we understand you went through this, but when you had opportunity to save another person, you threw them under the bus. So no, there is no way we can feel sorry for you. So you're not going to cry about being used when you had the opportunity to do different. You did the same thing. Then another thing, Messy Wu. I want to bring this to you. Shelly's not choosing you. In this, pick me. She hasn't picked you yet. The first podcast Shelly did on us by herself, she chose a white woman. Not like I have issue with she going to a white woman podcast, but you are an Asian sister. You've been standing 10 toes on ground, and you've been like bullying Olandra in the process of trying to cheerlead for Shelly. You would think that she would have gone to Messy Wu, but she didn't. Then she needs to announce her breakup. She went to 2 white men again. She did still pick you, Messy Wu. And when you wanted to report the breakup, you had to add Nick and Olandra again to the picture because you wanted to drag Nick and Olandra. Do you know why you did that? Because you wanted a distraction to talk, is Nick cheating, so we can take the attention from what is going on and focus on the take on Nick and Olandra's relationship, so that the smoke and everything will leave Shelly again and go to Nick and Olandra, just the way you did during the racist stuff with the she who shall not be named, right? When you were addressing racism, you made it about Nick Olandra fan base. Now again, Shelly and Alan break up. You are making you are putting Nick and Olandra in the same capstone, like the thumbnail. Why are they there? even the news broke like I think 2 days prior. You didn't report it, but now you want to report on Shelly and Ace, and you thought about it. What other distraction do I need so that I can distract this fan base so that they can take their focus from what is going on? So they will come fight me in comment section defending Nick and Olandria. Then that way they will forget that Shelly just broke up with Ace. But you played that game, but we are smarter now. We're not buying that. We're going to discuss the important things. We're going to talk about the things that is on ground, and we're not going to feel distracted, because when you make baseless claim and claims that has no truth, and as a journalist, you actually went to school for this, you shouldn't be peddling rumor. You should at least try to investigate. The woman you're reporting from her page, you hate her. Steph with disease, you hate the woman. So why are you taking clip from her page to report on your page just because you want to bash Olandria? So at the end of the day, I believe these people was in a relationship, and I believe it was business. Maybe they didn't say it verbally to themselves, but within themselves, they had something they were going to get from this. They liked each other, but they were bigger purpose for the relationship. It was more like the idea of what it could have been. And it ended up not being that. And I think they got to the point, oh, this is not working out. We've tried everything. We've and done all the angles. They even sent 3D out to come and do Black Love is the Real Love on the day the racial slur happened and everything. They've tried everything they would try, and none of them worked. And guess what? And they thought, oh, I think we should just give it a break so we can move on and see if we can rebuild our brand individually. I wish Shelly luck, and I pray that she steps into our own person, be herself, not the character she thinks that people want to see. Just be yourself, be your authentic self, and rebuild, rebrand, make amend where amend needs to be made and everything, and keep it going and all that. I wish them well. I don't wish them bad. As long as my couple is thriving, I'm wishing everybody good. And we are buzzy right here. We're good. We, the PRO relationship, the people that they predicted the relationship was going to break up, and we don't show much. We're doing this and we stay together. So I think that is just where we're at right now. So we're good, and I'm happy that she finally released the load that is weighing her down, because what she had before was just weight dragging her down. So I'm happy she has taken that extra weight off. Now is her time to soar and rise and shine. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Vibe Lounge. I'm going to let Vibe Lounge hang out while y'all continue to gift them. I am actually going to rotate out some folks because I do have some subscribers in the queue. But I do want to say to y'all in the comments that are saying oh, we don't want amends from Michelle. I don't think that when anybody, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that requesting amends from Michelle is about Michelle making amends with Olandria. I think that, and I've said this before, I said it about Alan, right? That celebrities all the time get onto the interwebs and sanitize their image, right? They will correct the way that they're perceived by the public in order to re-ingratiate themselves to the public. I need everybody to be clear that Michelle's bag being stopped is not only attached to Alan. Stop, don't buy into that narrative. Do you understand? Don't buy into that narrative. Michelle has done things on her own that she will need to atone for and make amends around that have nothing to do with Olandria explicitly. But she will have to do some sanitizing of her image. She will have to demonstrate that she is a different person if she wants people to buy into her stuff moving forward. Period. Full stop. And no, am I being shady by saying this? I'm trying to be honest with y'all always. Yeah, I don't think I'm being shady. No shade when I say this part of it, but it is different than Olandria, and that Olandria has not really, I don't consider Olandria to be a social media influencer. Olandria is in a lot of different spaces. I think Michelle, that might still be where she kind of is a little bit. So she actually does need the audience to buy into her a little bit more. You know what I mean? And not that Olandria doesn't need to be liked. I'm not saying it like that. She does need to be liked. Every celebrity needs to have somebody bought into them in order to have capital and star power and all the things, right? But she doesn't have to convert in the same way. You know, I don't think she has to convert in the same way with her followers that Michelle will need right now. And so she absolutely is going to have to do some atoning. She absolutely is going to have to do some sanitizing. She absolutely is going to have to do some pivoting that has nothing to do with Alan.
Tina, can I say something about that?
Yes.
Real quick. I definitely agree, and nothing about what you just said was shade at all. It really speaks to how you're going to choose to move outside of the relationship we knew you in, and there was a lot of things that Shelly talked about in the Tish interview that I think I could get on board with if she decided to go down that route, like using her own personal story to, you know, help others to, you know, like Alandria is doing with her HBCU education, talk, you know, speeches and being invited. Also, you know, she's doing her high fashion modeling. I think that would be a really good road to showing more authenticity by, you know, really taking your lived experience and, you know, being able to help other people. So I'm rooting for her to choose that lane, because I'm always rooting for I love a good comeback story. I really do. Like I love a good underdog story. But yes, she has a lot of atoning to do. And I think that is something that, you know, people lack when it comes to just forgiveness in general. Just because you're forgiving someone doesn't mean that you automatically have them back in your life. There are steps in order to rebuild that trust, and she has broken trust with the audience that was rooting for her prior to that Speedy interview.
Yeah. Okay, wait, Lauren, you've asked a couple of questions. I want you to ask them out loud. You asked about submission, only thinking about it in a sexual way. And then you just asked if people have ever perceived Michelle as being genuine. Is that will you ask them out loud?
Yeah. Okay. So for the Michelle question, and this could just be me. It's not even to be like ugly or like biased or anything, right? But like, I just, from what, and unfortunately, maybe it's because it was like overshadowed by Alan and by Lips, also known as 30. I don't know that woman's name, but Lips, also known. You know, it was covered. You know, we had a distraction. He also was doing that light skin lip thing too. When you think about it, there was a lot blanking there, so that could have been it. But like, I feel like with Michelle, I don't want to say it's paint drying. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to do that, because I think and I'm not going to say beautiful gowns, gorgeous gowns, even though maybe because I don't know that much about her, and it just seems like you guys ever watch like Corporate Erin, where she's like, I'm the manager of the managerial's manager's management? I don't know what Michelle's telling me. She's never actually told me anything actually about herself. I don't even know if the story she told me about her childhood is true. Not to say she's lying, but like, the math hasn't always mathed. And so it's like, not to be like mean towards her or anything, but like, did we ever get sincerity from her? Like for the relaunch that we're talking about, like, are we like pretending like, did she ever give that she was even a girl's girl to the jump? Did she ever give that she was like gonna ride for you? Or was she gonna like pick herself every time? It's not to be shameful or anything. Like, did y'all actually get that? I was just asking the room. Was sincerity with us?
If I could respond to that just a little bit. So as far as the sincerity, especially talking about her childhood, I could, even when she talked, so the Tish interview, and I've said this before, is the most genuine that I saw from Michelle, right? It's the most engaged in something that she was passionate about that I saw when she talked about home, being unhoused, when she talked about her wanting to start a nonprofit, when she talked about these things. And I can understand it on a cultural level because very much, and I know this happens in various sects of the Caribbean, but I know especially in Haiti because there's a stigma attached to being Haitian and being a third world, being from a third world country, that when you are struggling, that nobody, you don't speak on the outside of what's going on, right? So watching her open up, I think that's where a lot of her guarded comes from. I think that's where a lot of her guarded comes from because it's very much ingrained in us. When there's suffering, we don't speak about it. I think that she spoke to that when she talked about, my mom said, my mom always told us that even when, we're struggling inside, we may not have anywhere to stay, but you're not going to look it. And I think she takes that to heart, like a lot of kids from the Caribbean do, especially kids from Haiti. They do, because there's so much stigma attached to us in the US, right? I can see that in her. I think that worked against her because she used that in a lot of different ways to guard herself and didn't tell her story. And like I've said a lot from the beginning, is that she was missing a narrative. She wasn't taking control of her narrative because of that, because she was so intensely guarded, because of all these stigmas that are attached to it. And I think that this is her time to be able to open up and to be able for us to see more of who she is. So I totally see what you're talking about, Lauren, which we don't know, because I've said it for a long time. There is no narrative there. She goes where the wind blows. But there is a sense, I got that from watching the Tish interview, that there was a sense of being guarded because of that. And it's sad because we lost a lot of what she could do. And like Tina said, she does have this ability to do so. She's well-spoken. She is charming. Of course she's gorgeous, but we lose a lot of that because we don't see the story behind the cover of the book. And that is the problem that she had.
Yeah, I agree. I think that all of what y'all said, I think that she, and I said this about the Tish interview to subscribers when I talked about it, that she just didn't seem fully relaxed to me. She still seemed, even as she was trying to share her story, it was still very much like there was something she was holding back. I do again think that she was already unhappy in the relationship, and so that could have been what she was holding back. But there was something that was not fully there, was not fully present. And so for me, I do think that I'm not gonna hold y'all. Michelle, I do think Michelle is well spoken. I think Michelle has a lot of ability to be okay, I'm going to say a couple of things. Number one, I do think she is emotionally intelligent, and it is clear to me after watching them after the heart rate challenge that Michelle is accustomed to being gaslit about her emotions and questioning her reality, which is why I think she is always genuinely confused, because I think she probably has the practice of being told to not believe what she's feeling. So Alan definitely fed a lot of that felt familiar to her, right? About how you show up, even though it's toxic, it's familiar, right? And then we ended up with her finally getting to the place. Oh God, let me address this real quick. Sorry, let me stop my train of thought for 2 seconds. Shelly Lover 13, welcome to the live. Welcome to the chat. I saw you sharing in the comments that Alan has cheated on Michelle, that there are screenshots of this. Y'all, I want to encourage my chat to be wise as usual, okay? Wise as usual, and know when you are being rage baited, okay? We do not dabble in conjecture over here. We don't do rumor over here. We're not doing that, okay? So thank you for trying to share in the chat, but we're not over here on an Alan hate train because he cheated on Michelle. Any disdain we have for that man is not, we don't need no extra stuff. We got enough stuff to be like, I ain't fucking with that man. So we don't need any lies in the chat, okay? All right. That said, I do think that Michelle has a lot of, exactly. I don't want to hear it unless it's actually confirmed, child. I do think that Michelle has an ability. I think she's very pretty. She's likable. She's very amenable, et cetera, right? Lots of reasons why she would easily be able to blend into things. But I do think, right? I do think that to a lot of y'all's points, we never really saw a moment. I saw this meme the other day that was like, I can't stand the neutral ass bitch, like stand for something hoe. And I do think that we see that a lot with Michelle. And I've critiqued that about Michelle before, that we don't really see Michelle stand on business unless something directly impacts her. And so I do think that people have felt like they don't have an authentic, they struggle to connect with her because she feels inauthentic to them. She feels very middle of the road about things. I don't think Michelle actually is middle of the road probably about most things. I think that's what she chooses to say out loud. And so, because we saw what happened, right, with that vote with Hannah. So we know that she knows how to stand on some business when she needs to. I think that she just keeps a lot of stuff behind closed doors, right? And that said, I do think that part of what makes, and I've said this before, part of what makes the other Islanders that have left the island, whether it was last season, this season, whatever, what gives them the ability to have longevity and to do great and to be successful is the authenticity. And so if Michelle does the rebrand, she's going to have been doing some work as an individual around how to be authentic. And to be clear, y'all, there is a difference between being transparent and being authentic. You don't have to share everything. You absolutely get to have a particular image, but it has to still be authentic, right? Y'all don't know every single thing about me, but I am very authentic on my platform. I show up like myself. You know what I'm saying? And so, I just want y'all, I do agree that I think she's going to have to do some work around that. Antoinette, I saw that you just joined. You had requested to come up and then, oh, there you are. Okay. I'm bringing you back. Okay.
Can I say really quickly?
Yes, go ahead, Gigi.
There are 463 of you in this live. We're at 249. We're almost at 250K. The next live goal is going to be 275. I need you guys to tap. I'm going to give you, it's 941 where I'm at. Wherever it is, should be a 41 behind y'all. I'm going to give y'all a 45 to get us to 275 or else I'm turning off the comments.
Period. Okay, Haley, will you please give me your thoughts?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Tina. I've been a silent viewer for so many months. This is my first time requesting, and I was like, I got to get in there. Put me in, coach. I'm ready. So my thoughts are, I know everyone has observed that Ace is a red pillar. He jokes about it. His views obviously show us the real. And I am not a Shelley fan anymore. I think she has made decisions that have been very anti-friendship, very anti-womanhood, very actually standing for herself and her actual true values when it comes to who she is in order to appeal to a relationship. I will say at this point, I am very proud of her. And I'll say this because she is a 28-year-old woman that was in a relationship with a man that portrayed himself differently to how he actually is. And what a red pillar will do is not go for the conservative, submissive Proverbs wife or girlfriend. What they will do is go for the confident, career goal, degree carrying, intelligent, self-assured woman. And what they want is to stifle that woman, claim them, mold and form them into who they want them to be. Put them back into that cage, because it's like, I conquered that fearing woman that thought she was that girl, and look how I molded her. Follow me, other men, and you can do that too. And you can take out their confidence. You can take it away, and they'll be back in the kitchen. So I'm very proud of, I was really worried for her because I was like, oh gosh, she's going to be 30 soon. And she's going to have that societal pressure of get married, have a baby, get the ring. And she's going to be stuck with him. Or it's going to be, you're my first girlfriend. I'm not marrying you. I don't know what you thought. And she's going to be so hurt and like, I gave up my career. I gave up my potential. I gave up my trajectory. And that didn't happen. So I really I really have to give her kudos. I support her from afar, but I still don't agree with a lot of the decisions that she's made thus far. But I will say that this decision, I am wholeheartedly proud of her. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Haley. Thank y'all for sending Haley gifts. I saw someone say in the comment like they disagree, like they don't think that Michelle is compliant in that way. But we talked about that, right? Like what he wants is not who she is, which is why the relationship was not going to be able to last. To dark-skinned lover girl that's like, well, why was she so easily able to allow herself to try to fold into him? Because we're all on the teat of patriarchy. We're all on the D of patriarchy. That is the culture that we are raised in. Okay. And so she is raised to believe that she's supposed to operate in a certain time. I see y'all hit that 275 real quick to keep them comments from turning off. Let's go ahead and do the 300K. Cause Gigi is not playing with y'all. But like, we are all raised on that, y'all. Like, if you live in the United States, now I know not all of my viewers live in the United States, but if you live in the United States, I can speak to that. I can't speak for everywhere else. You are raised underneath the system of whiteness, which includes capitalism, which includes patriarchy, right? You are taught that you are supposed to be a certain type of way, to act a certain type of way in a romantic relationship as a woman. And lots of women have to struggle around what feels authentic to them as women versus what the expectation is of them as women. And I think that we are watching Michelle in that particular relationship dynamic, and maybe in all of them, we don't know. We've only seen her in this one, right? But we're watching her. She is this big star power fire girl, right? Like she has that potential. We saw glimpses of that on the show. And we also see her being like, you know, let me make breakfast for my man because he sat, and I'm not saying you can't make breakfast for your man. That's not what I'm saying. But like, let me make breakfast for him to like apologize to him when she hadn't actually done anything wrong in that dynamic, right? But because he's still moping 5 days later, let me cook breakfast for him and sit on him with the doc and like help him to feel better and let him know that I choose him and I'm all in. And then we watch that man make her wait for however many more days to close up, right? So like, we also see her trying to perform this expectation of larger culture, even if it's not who she might be, right? And so this goes back to dark skinned lover girl earlier talking about the pink pill shit. And I talk about that sometimes, mostly to subscribers, but that pink pill shit, right? Exactly. She was the icebreaker when he was the one at fault. Planning the s'mores date and him being like, oh, now I know she's worthy of, like, so she is, so I agree, she's not compliant, but you're watching her tussle. You're watching her have this struggle as she's figuring out identity. And she's at an age where this would be happening anyway, but like, it's going to feel even bigger. Pink pill is basically red pill for girlies, right? So you're watching her in real time have that experience. And unfortunately for her, something that a lot of women go through privately, she's doing publicly, right? And so, yeah, I don't think she's compliant. I think that's what contributed to the downfall of the relationship, but I think that she thinks she's supposed to be.
I totally agree with what you were saying because, you know, of course, I go back to my experience living it. And it's just like when you're in a situation like that, and sometimes you really don't understand a person until you lived it. Sometimes I'm not saying that you have to experience everything somebody have experienced in order to show empathy or even understand the dynamics, just like you do with evaluating patterns of behavior. But I believe that when you're in a situation, especially with Michelle, with her not knowing identity, and a lot of times she seems very guarded because, of course, she may not want people to know that side of her. You know, maybe she feels like she's going to get rejected. Maybe she feels like people are going to look at her a different way. And so when you're trying to navigate that, trying to figure out who you are, and you deal with a personality like Alan's, it can be it's almost like you don't know whether you're coming or going. The mind games. And I know for me, it was like literally psychological warfare because I was at the brink of trying to figure out who I was as a person. But also you have this big personality coming in trying to subdue that. It's almost just like you're trying to, just like everyone has said, where you have to dim your light in order for them to feel value. It was, and honestly, the type of person that she is, and I'm glad she found out early, and not, go on with that, continue on with that, and then feel remorse for the time that she's lost. But, you can tell that it was not going to work, because it's like Alan needs attention. I mean, he really needs attention. And I think it goes beyond just with age. And I know a lot of people say it, with age, and don't get me wrong, of course you have to have some type of lived experience in order to show a level of maturity. But at the same time, this is like, to look at him is deeper. To me is like really deep. He really needs counseling. He really needs to go through help, because if you notice, every single time when they ask him a question pertaining to their relationship, he always talking about, I love how she's teaching me this and she's teaching me that, or he'll allude to, I feel like we're in a counseling session. I'm like, what would make you say that? Because it's almost like she was mothering him. After a while, that gets tiring. Nobody needs to mother you. So you can tell that he may have some mama wounds or father, whatever it is that he has never dealt with. And when you don't deal with your trauma, you bleed on everybody that did not even cut you. And I believe that when we start taking accountability for our own issues and our own actions, then growth and evolve, and you can evolve and you can change. But, for a person like her, and I can understand her to a certain extent, he basically pretty much isolated her, kept her away, and like cut off her friendships. And that's what my ex did. They would literally isolate you, cut off your strong friendships, or any woman who had a mind of her own, had it going on, and they would try to cut you off on that, and then start saying, oh, she doesn't like you and they don't like you, and let's start feeding you lies. And I would not be surprised if he was probably feeding her that. Oh, you're going to be big and you're going to do this, but you don't need them. And I honestly, initially, I felt like she may have known about the Speedy podcast, but now I'm starting to think that he caught her off guard and she didn't know how to handle it and didn't want to face the backlash, from the fans to drop him in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm. Listen, y'all, I ain't gonna say too much of nothing, but I am gonna tell you this. What Lady Evie is saying is 100% accurate, okay? Y'all need to pay attention. And I know there's some Chellacers in here, so learn this lesson. Learn this lesson, especially because I've been like, a lot of y'all are either very young or maybe young-minded. You need to learn this lesson. Her leaving that villa and then basically moving in with this man. And if you paid attention to their goddamn interviews, he said that they spent a lot of time with his family and his friends because he needed to feel the love. He needed to feel the care. Pay attention to what the man said. And they had only spent, I think they said 6 days apart. Worst 6 days of my life. Do you understand that it is a tool? And then the one relationship that she had that she could have maintained, because now she's in a completely different space, the one relationship she could have maintained, he went and did a hit job on. Are you paying attention? Okay? It was isolation. It was isolation. It was intentional. It was about creating division. It was about aligning her only with him. Pay attention. It's actually not cute if your man wants you to be up under him. And I would say any partner, even though I know, our little queer community, we be having a little U-Haul jokes, but it's actually not cute for your partner to want you. Clock it, Melly Grace. Like I said, Tark and Chellace were much more alike than they were different. It is not cute for your partner to want you to be up under them 24/7 in the very beginning of that relationship. You need to be paying attention. What was your life before me? Do you have an identity outside of me? What's happening for you outside of me? Or are you expecting me to be your end all be all? That's not a healthy dynamic to maintain. As someone that sees couples for these exact things, it's not a healthy dynamic to try to build or maintain. Exactly. She's missing them. She's feeling lonely. Exactly. That's the point. And who made that possible? She has autonomy. She has a choice. Do not misunderstand me. I'm not saying that she doesn't have a choice. She absolutely has autonomy. And who made sure, okay, well, we're in LA. Who made sure that she wasn't going to have nobody out there to talk to? But I said to y'all already, and I stand by again, I do think that she gives the girl that uses her platonic girlfriend relationships as a placeholder for her romantic ones. Yeah. They were with his people all the time. Don't think that that's for no reason. Okay? And I'm never here to, I'm not trying to provide cover for Michelle. I do also want y'all to understand that when certain dynamics are normalized to you, and I've said this to y'all before, be careful of the places that feel like home when home was not safe. When certain things are normalized to you, you're not going to question them. It's normal to you. Doesn't mean that you're not being taken advantage of, though. Doesn't mean that you're not being, it just means that feels normal to you. So you're not pushing up against it. You're leaning into it because that's what we do. What do you mean? All right. Antoinette, please give us your thoughts.
Lord, everybody was saying great stuff tonight. Yes, I agree with all of it. For me, on my end, I've always felt that of the main three couples, the Nicolandria, the Chellace, and the Clayler, right, of it all, the more than likely, for me personally, Ace and Shelly would break up first. Why would they break up first? Taylor has more. Taylor lost a lot. Let's be honest. His public perception is awful. So he has to prove something with his relationship. And Clark, being with him, people are neutral, if not don't like you. That's it. Like you have nothing on top of he has money. He's not ugly. We could say he's not an ugly man, and he has money. So y'all have something to prove. So y'all are gonna try to figure it out. Nicolandria, whatever, we know how we feel about them. I'm gonna leave that alone. But Ace and Shelly, for me, if it lasted 6 months or 3 years max, however, y'all are always gonna break up first. Why? Because, and for me, based off watching this show, obviously the season 7, we know this was the season of influencers. Let's be honest, it was a season of influencers. And the reason a lot of us, like myself, appreciate Alondra even more was her being like, hey, I wanted to change my career. I looked at myself and said, I'm too fine to be selling elevators. As opposed to some people constantly going on interviews talking about how, oh, I already got clout. I was on Jennifer Hudson. I don't need this. I'm just 22 and wanted to find the love of my life today. Boy, get out my face. Like, no. Like, please. Y'all, everybody but like Austin and maybe Nick were messaged by Love Island to be on this season. So no, including Ace and Shelly. Shelly, you're supposed to be on season 6. I have always felt I'm not one for like too many coincidences. You're not going to tell me that y'all accidentally sort of kind of met up 17,000 times and can't get your story straight. I don't even think that y'all were in like a deep relationship. She was on your live. Y'all knew each other enough to be like, hey, I've got reached out to Love Island. You got reached out to Love Island. Shelly, you've been trying to break into entertainment business. You were trying to be an influencer. You were trying to model. You were being in videos. Same with like Alandria. Like y'all were trying to break into entertainment in some form or fashion. You knew Ace, a boy who has some type of clout on TikTok. Y'all talking like casually. Sure, I got reached out. You got reached out. We'll see what happens. So in my opinion, Ace and Shelly, y'all went on their full-fledged work brain. I feel like Nick and Alandria, it was like, if love happens, great, you know, but whatever. Ace and Shelly, y'all went on there for work. Like you went on there, Shelly, to launch your career. Ace, you went on there to further your career. You've said it several times that you want to break into acting and rapping, but acting and rapping. You came with 1 million followers, you wanted more. So it's like, for me, on Shelly's mindset, I can honestly see her being like, okay, fine. I come out of this show, my stocks aren't as high as they could be because I'm coupled with you. Then you do this interview, and instead of having the effect that y'all wanted it to have, let's be honest, y'all and Claire wanted it to have this effect, it didn't. It made it worse. And
they're all chronically online enough to know, to constantly see all the discourse about, oh, if Shelly wasn't with him, she'd be doing so much better. She'd have so much more deals. She'd be here, she'd be there, she'd be getting just as many awards maybe as Alandria. You're seeing this. You, your team, your family, they're all consuming this on Shelly's end. So I already won this show to launch me a career, and the person I'm coupled up with, you're hindering that because of your mouth and your childishness. And then you have the audacity to have this ego and this red pill persona, to the point now I have to deal with this too. I have to deal with you, the person, on top of you, the persona, who is also messing up the career that I'm trying to launch. Ixnay, what are we holding on to? I've always felt like y'all want to break up simply because of that. Age had nothing to do with it. Shelly, there's a reason Shelly was running the villa while he was running Casa. Like, yeah, y'all both had big egos, and Shelly was stumping hers down over and over and over, making herself smaller to accommodate you. And what was she getting out of it? Was she getting Harper's Bazaar? Nah. She was getting that awful, what was that, Ebony or Essence shoot where she looked like she was holding a little bitty badass kid behind her.
JCPenney.
Where he was literally, there's a picture of him literally holding her back. Hilarious. Like, what is he, like, leaning down and she's like she's like holding her hand behind him and he's literally holding her back metaphorically and physically. Like, what did she get out of this? Because I've always felt like Shelly would move on when she had the social capital and the financial capital to do what she want to do. Because based off the little bit of personality she did allow us to see of her, it always gave a hustler. I stand on my own 2 feet. My parents allowed me to be free in relationships and oneself. She was not gonna let no man really control her in the way that Ace was trying to do on that show, and doing post show with the whole, oh, we've just been around my family. Shelly never gave that this was the type of person that she was. It gave, I will tolerate this as long as the career that I'm looking for comes of it, and it's not. So what am I sticking around for? There was nothing at this point. This relationship is just a hindrance on her mental health as well as her financial wealth, and you can move. As far as Ace, I don't know if you know, but Ace has a best friend named Mel, and he has some of the worst, nastiest video. The things that he says about women, when he popped up on my For You page randomly, I was just scrolling, I was like, what are you talking about? And he's Shelly's age. The best friend is Shelly's age. And you have these views, and Ace, you're the 22-year-old. This is who you're best friends with? Please. And I'm not excusing Shelly. I hate that people kind of like oh, she's free now, and they act like she doesn't have agency, which is why it frustrates me sometimes. Like, they very clearly we're both going on this show for a purpose and a reason, and to get something out of it. Shelly especially, like, she didn't hide that from me. Like, there's a reason why whenever there was conflict, she fell back on Genuinely Confused, because Genuinely Confused is digested easier to the public than me saying what I really want to say and be seen as something else. Like, let's be honest, I hate that they act like she's slow. They do this with her and Alandria. They make them seem like they're just not intelligent, or like they have no thoughts behind their actions, which is insane, because no, like all of them, like literally even the Casa boys, immediately once they got kicked off, what did they start doing? They immediately started being online 24/7, because these people went on here to be influencers. This was the influencer season of all seasons. Why would Shelly and Ace be different? They're not. And for Shelly, it's like, okay, fine. Y'all got some clout. Y'all didn't get Cordelia clout. Y'all definitely didn't get Nicolandria clout. But at what point is enough enough? Like, now you have your sister getting dragged. You have your family members getting and stuff. And you still have people saying, hey, man, I can't. You still have those random Chelandria fans who keep injecting themselves into stuff. I'm sure she sees those too. So I feel like for her, it was just like a pros and cons, and at this point now it was just more pros to simply leaving that relationship and seeing what she can do on her own. And now she probably has enough brand deals and money to at least sustain it, because I think she was
day trading or doing let's be honest, that's not a real job. All right, that's like it's like Tommy off Martin. All right, it's not a real job. Nobody does
Screaming.
As a let's be honest, okay? And even then, and I want to bring this up. Oh my God, the black love thing, and this is why I think Shelly is gonna have a hard time going on her own, because they push this black love thing so hard. But the men in that relationship, Alan and Taylor, you can be black and not understand black culture. Nothing by Alan and Taylor gives understanding of black culture. How do we know this? Taylor, not only was he semi-wealthy, but you're wealthy in like Montana or something, wherever the hell he's from, Oklahoma. And the blackest thing you did was join a fraternity, but even then, like your friends, your family, there are a lot of white people. Like, no part of him ever gave, I was really genuinely raised around white people, black people, and in black culture. Same for Alan, specifically because if you looked at that stupid Halloween thing that they did, you're not finna tell me that you didn't pick the scene of the Wayans brothers where the sister comes down the stairs dancing all crazy. Like, Alan, you weren't even old enough. You're not even old enough. Like, you don't understand these references. Y'all went on, you Googled black moments, like even like the whole Love and Basketball thing. No, I would not be shocked if he's actually never even watched that movie in its entirety. Like, no part of me feels like you understand any of the things that you were trying to perpetuate. I remember there was a video of them at the Chris Brown concert, and they're singing, and it was so funny because you don't know a word. And I'm not saying anybody should be a Chris Brown stan, but let's be honest, it's 2025. Most of us, he's singing his old Chris Brown songs. Those of us who are in this culture and who love, you knew this stuff. He didn't know a word. Because this isn't what you grew up listening to, probably. Same way you probably didn't grow up watching the Wayans brothers. You didn't grow up listening to Nelly and Kelly singing that daggone song, but that's one of your costumes as well. It was so performative, the whole black love shtick, that for me, Shelly, you going out on your own and having a genuine kind of, and trying to be genuine, it's weird. It's going to be very hard for her. Because you just did a performance for the last 5 months of blackness and of what a relationship allegedly is supposed to be. Like, you've been performing for a very long time. You're performing in the villa because there's no reason why anytime there's conflict, you're only confused. How are you only confused? There's only like 10 of y'all in his house. There's not much to talk about. Post it, y'all are performing blackness, and y'all are performing what y'all think your relationship is. So how do you, when you go on your own, like, I really wonder how her relationship, because for influencers especially, it's all about relatability. Like, that's like the basis of being an influencer to really make money, is like relatability. And Shelly, you have not given relatable, you have not, short of that interview was the most people got to know you in 6 months. And even then, that interview was so much about Ace, because on Tisha's end, I will give it to her. Shelly, even in the show, you gave nothing about you. Ace was the star. Ace was the star, which is crazy. Ace was the star of the relationship. He's who you talked about in interviews. When you asked, what do you love about each other? I love how Shelly loves me. Like, it was never, Shelly, nothing about you is really known except for the fact that your parents are Haitian. Like, that's what we got out of you. And that at some point you experience houselessness. And it's like, going into an influencer space, you have to be relatable. Like, people should want, but no one knows anything about you. Honestly, to this point, did she even graduate college? I don't know. I know she went to college with Mariah the Scientist, but it always gets kind of fuzzy towards the end in the way that it's confusing. Like, cause like, if you graduated, then what did you graduate in? What did you major in? She doesn't talk about any of that. It gets very weird when it comes to Shelly. Like, it's like, I don't know who you are. I don't think anyone knows who you are. And then I know she made a comment and was like, one of her siblings messaged her, was like, you got all these people calling you Shelly, so you don't even go by Shelly in real life? You went by Michelle the whole time? Who are you? Anyways, that's all I say about that.
Okay, bye. Give a quick thought, and then I have thoughts, and then I'm gonna respond to y'all in the comments. I see your questions. Go ahead, bye.
I just wanted to second what, how do I say her name? Antoinette? Mm-hmm. Hey, Antoinette, girl, you ate that, especially that end. But I do want to second that thing that she said about the whole Oklahoma with 3 dreads. I went to college in Oklahoma. Now, on one hand, I wanted to give 3 dreads a chance because, if you don't forget, Tulsa, Oklahoma was the birthplace of Black Wall Street. And what happened? The Tulsa massacre, and what led after that was a very watered down version, which is what they wanted other than, you know, the land and stuff or whatever that they were doing for the reason why they took down Black Wall Street. Now it's very watered down, but there are certain places in Oklahoma where they are very still 1950, 1940 traditional in Oklahoma. And you can really see it. You really see, I was there, I seen it. It was like you went on one street, is over there. The other street, I'm talking day and night. So when I seen Three Dreads, before he came in the villa and who he was hooked, like, you know, associated with, especially when it comes to the rodeo and stuff, all white people. So I did a very intense try to get that man a chance, but never mind. So that's why I second what she says, because I have witnessed it myself, and I lived out there for 5 years and went to college out there, and I'm telling you, it's not no joke.
Can I just clarify something real quick, Tina?
Yeah.
Can we stop using the word traditional and start calling it what it is? It's segregation. It's segregation. Even in Nick's interview and even Alexandria, they use the word a lot, traditional, and the real word is it's still racism. So let's call it the thing.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that's what I said too, because I was thinking that in my head because it was separate. You right. Thank you, Nikki girl.
Okay, real quick, a couple of things. Number one, Elle, thank you for saying that. That's so funny because that's what we say in our house too when people sneeze. So I love that you literally put that in the comments. To the people that were talking about Forex and Michelle, if you watched Tisha's interview, then you know that yes, she was working in an office, but at the top of this year, she decided she was not going to do anything other than focus on her modeling, and she was doing the day trading. So it's not an unfair assessment to say she was a Forex girly, because that is what she told us out of her mouth at the top of this year, that was all that she was doing. She was not going to get a 9-to-5 anymore. To the people asking the question about Blackness and then performing Blackness, let me say this. Blackness absolutely is not monolithic. Yes. Yes. Y'all are correct. Absolutely. Yes. And I think what is being argued, and Antoinette can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what is being argued, and Gigi, if we have to turn the comments off to hit the goal, then let's do that. Oh, Forex is day trading. It's the system they use. I don't know, child. I don't know. Anyway, but this the system they use, okay? What I believe that I understand Antoinette saying, Antoinette will correct me if I am wrong. Blackness is not monolithic, but they are not performing their actual Blackness. They're performing what they think Blackness looks like, which is why it feels inauthentic.
Exactly. Sorry, but like, I worked on Morehouse campus. Morehouse is very expensive college, right? I worked there for years. There are black kids who you can tell were not raised around black people, and it's funny because they'll say nigga all the time, to the point where you're just like, it doesn't even go in this sentence, baby. You don't have to. That's what I mean. It's not a monolith, but there are black people who simply aren't raised in Blackness, and then they try to perform it in what they think that Blackness is. And Ace and Taylor give that. I think Ace has a Latin, was she Mexican or something? A non-black mother or something. So it would make sense if he wasn't.
His mom is black.
His
dad is black. His dad is not black.
Oh, well, his dad, whatever. Either way, if you have a mixed race, it would make sense if that wasn't if that's not how you grew up. But him and Taylor, they both do that to me. They both kind of give like, I didn't really start trying to perform Blackness until maybe college, or like college aged, and I don't really know and trying to perform it for what they think other black people think black love is, because all those costumes were very odd.
Okay, they're saying both of his parents are black. All I know is that his daddy was not in his life, is how it seems, which is why he doesn't like being called Alan, I believe, because of that. What he said was like half of his family is Mexican. So Olivia is clarifying that what he is saying is a lot of his family has married outside. They have married Mexican people. But when we're talking about a performance of Blackness, this is like the person, like, so for example, my kids are suburb kids, and they're very clear about the fact that they are suburban kids. Their daddy is he did not grow up as a suburban kid. Their daddy was an East Side ninja. Okay. He was an East Side ninja. He was a pharmaceutical rep. That's who he was. My children don't live that life, and they're very clear about that. Okay. Nobody's describing one definition of Blackness, Joanna. That's not what's happening. My children are very clear that they don't live that life. They're not black. They're not black. They know that. But when they just recently went on an HBCU tour, and they were kind of joking about some of the kids there that this tour was not a cheap tour. Okay. This tour was not a cheap tour. And a lot of these kids grew up in the suburb, but these kids were trying to perform a certain level of blackness. And they're like, that's so weird because we know that you're not that. Like it's clear and it's obvious to us. And like I'm black while also being suburban. Like that is not like, they're not mutually exclusive. And so what I think, and Antoinette already said this, right? What we are seeing with Taylor, look at Taylor's friend group. That is not who he chooses to keep company with. Right? They are missing what we're saying, Tavia. And maybe it really is just like a lack of understanding. Right? But it's like, he chooses to keep company with people that's his predominantly his friend group is not a black friend group from what we see on social media. Okay. And so if you then feel like you have to perform to prove your blackness, to know you're doing that because you feel like that, not because somebody that is black is saying you need to act like a black person. Because again, what does that even mean to act black? But you are acting how you think that would look. It's not that you have to be a certain type of way in order to be black. If you black, baby. Period, full stop. But if you have a mindset that black looks a certain type of way, now you are trying to perform the stereotype. And we can tell that that's not authentic. It's weird. You know what I'm saying?
Tina?
Yes.
Cello needs a little bit of help. Can we just have a quick conversation of black love? Can we stop saying that just because two black people are in a relationship, that is black love? That is not, it requires a healthiness in a relationship. And Cello, God bless your heart. Just because Ace called Shelly and Alandria beautiful, and you're still questioning why we still have a problem with him, maybe you should stop typing and do a little bit more listening. Because it's not about, I can get compliments on day. It's how you treat people. It's how you move with them. And even, let's just go to this Speedy interview. All would be fine had he not brought Nick and Alandria's relationship into that interview. I need you to understand that. I really do. I really need you to stop talking in the comments and start doing a little bit more listening, because at this point, I fear that you are just in here to get your point of view across. And, because we have had a lot, because I'm a fan, let's start there. I'm rooting for you to really understand, get some emotional intelligence here, because it's clear that you're not finding it outside of this space, which is why you're showing up. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Zello, Zio, I know you keep blocking Shello. I don't block Shello in my live. I let them yap in here because I know that Shello is I don't think Shello's even 21 years old, y'all. So I do give them a lot of grace in here. They're just annoying. They're not necessarily harmful. So I let them live in the comments. But yes, Nikki, all of that. Yes, I hope that makes it clear, y'all, that nobody is asking them to look any certain type of way, to talk any certain type of way, dress any certain type of way. None of that. If you're black, baby, right? But you have to be confident enough in your blackness where you don't feel like, what if you tell me Shellow's 45? Where you don't feel like you have to then pretend to be something. I will say this though. I will say this thing differs a little bit for me around Alan and Michelle in the Halloween costumes. Thank you, Zio. I will say this is what's different for me about the Halloween costumes is that I don't think they were trying to lean into blackness. Alan told us, I see everything online. I see everything online. And I think when people started coding them as 90s fine, that he wanted to lean into that, just like Gigi said earlier, right? He was leaning into what people were saying about them in order to try to create buy-in from his audience. But again, if that is inauthentic, then it's not going to go over well. Gigi's giving y'all 2 minutes to get to 350K. That said though, y'all, I am going to give the man credit. I watched his his little picture this interview. It was a picture of this interview, I feel like. It was either a picture of this or a boardroom. Either way, one of those two, he talked about, he was primarily, it sounded like from what he said, he was primarily raised by his grandparents, that they had a very heavy influence in his rearing. And them raising him, he heard certain types of music. So he had like an old soul. His siblings are much older than him. And so I think it felt easy for him to be like, oh, like I relate to some of these aspects. And so therefore I can lean into this, right? So I don't want to discredit that he said that prior. That was true for him, that he grew up listening to certain types of things and watching certain types of things, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think he does have a real, if you just listen to the way the man talks, he loves nostalgia. Like that really means something to him. And it doesn't, not the grandma is the baby. Jocelyn quotes, I can't, but I would also say, right, him leaning into that, him, if he was, if we believe this, right, that he was primarily reared by his grandparents, yeah, like I think that he thought he could lean into that it would be bought into by the public. I don't know if it's like most authentic for him, which is why I think maybe it might have fallen flat in some ways. But I don't want to discredit that. I don't want to act like he didn't already speak to that. So, okay. Melly, please go ahead and give your thoughts, my love.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me up. First of all, I have to apologize to everybody in the chat that I replied with just the letter M. I was tapping away. Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. I don't want to reheat nachos. Everybody that has been talking so far, I completely agree. The only point I wanted to bring was Ace's, what I actually foresee with Ace, because I don't remember who spoke on it and said that maybe Shelly blindsided him, but I do expect retaliation. I do expect something based on the behavior and the consistent behavior that he has been showing since the villa. With Charlie, Jeremiah, he got them out of there. Shelly, Chris, he retaliated with Honda. Ringleader, he retaliated with this song. He wasn't happy with the producers after the reunion. He unfollowed them. He went on that Speedy interview. Wasn't happy about the Nicolandria fame. Went also on the Speedy interview. So I do expect something to come out concerning Shelly. I'm not scared about it, but I feel like, behavior being consistent, I feel like something is going to come out. He can't just stay silent, just based off everything that we know. And I wanted to know what y'all's take on it was. If he will, or if he... Because I know we spoke a little bit earlier that he's going to try to find another girl, rush into a relationship. And I feel like Shelly's just going to be fine without him. But I still feel like something's going to come out.
I'm gonna let the panelists respond, but I did say earlier, my perception is I do think he's gonna have, I think people are gonna classify it as a crash out. I think that what we're gonna see is a sad man, bruised ego man who attempts to put on a smile and attempts to put on a performance for us. This is how Alan has always been. It's how I've watched him engage since he was in the villa. And so I think that he is going to try to put on a happy face. I think that that's not going to be sincere. And I think that it could get really sad looking. I think it could get really sad for him. That's what I
honestly think that he's going to use.
Let ADEB respond, and then Antoinette, I'll let you give your thoughts too.
I honestly believe that he's gonna, because of course he has resources now, he's on a bigger platform, and he's have allies that are around him. Even when after the the speedy interview, how he had Taylor to do a live just to review the podcast and other people I believe that he's in cahoots with in order to keep his image clean, honestly, and keep his hands clean in the public eye. I believe he's going to get other people around him to do his dirty work, and where it'll appear as if he's the innocent one. Especially when you're dealing with people that are calculated, manipulative like that. They are, they get other people to do it, of course, where they can go scot-free. I wouldn't be surprised that he probably made it so insufferable for Michelle within the relationship where she had to go. So it'll look like as if she was, the guilty party, or she left him and left me hanging. Even from the podcast, I wouldn't even be surprised if he probably did an interview to say that she left me blindsided and, I didn't know nothing about this, where it make him look as the victim. These type of people, they always want to look like the victim, and not realize that you're the culprit in all of this. Also want to go back to Tina, what you were talking about concerning, the black love and between Clark and Taylor and Michelle and Ellen. I honestly believe they adopted that because I really don't believe that they were all into it because, of course, just like we just stated, because of their past history, their dating history, who they hang around. I honestly believe they did it out of spite for Nick. Mm-hmm. I honestly believe they did it because, of course, they could not compete with him for his character, his likability. He's a conventionally handsome, attractive white man in America. They couldn't compete with that. The only thing they had was black love, and they wanted to appeal to the black audience. You really don't like black women. Let's just say that. You don't like black women. You did it out of spite. So if you look at it that way, everything they did was calculated. But of course, when you try to overplay your hand, just like when you playing spades and you get, this cockiness about you and, I'm a win and I'm a bid 10. And that's not what's in your hand. That's not what's in your hand. You can have wishful thinking, but you really don't believe that. You really don't believe in black love. And you can tell by the women, how you treat women. Period. Black women at that. Y'all would literally made her look like a fool on national TV and even afterwards. That is diabolical. And I'll be talking about, I don't understand. And he just chose Clark and she just picked Clark and now everybody mad with him. Come on. Let's stop being silly. It's not even so much as he picked Clark. The jokers are nasty. They're mean-spirited and nasty. The point blank and simple. You can't act like that and then thinking that, that thing is not going to come back around. People fail to realize about the law of reciprocity. It's going to come. People say that, of course, it's karma, but there is a law in the land, regardless of spiritual laws, regardless of whether you believe it or not. How you present yourself and what you give out is what's going to come back to you. And this is exactly what's happening to him. Everything failed. Everything that he's calculated and trying to do to other people is turning on him. And if he's not careful, it's going to consume him.
Yeah. I think that too, when you were talking, it made me think how you're saying like they don't like black women. You should always be mindful of how men engage with women that they can't get something from. And so, yeah, I think that anybody that thinks that Alan is not calculated is you are choosing to be, you're choosing to not move with intelligence because you don't build a social media platform. The man told you how he built a social media platform. You don't build a platform in that way without having calculation. Like, he was making very strategic moves. That's how he is. Like, I don't know what y'all are talking about. To think that he's not calculated, like you're intentionally, like he said, turning off your brains. It's willful ignorance. And then, the other thing I wanted to say is that Alan he tells on himself a lot. This goes back to me saying earlier that I think he's very smart, but he's one of those people that thinks he's so smart that he does stupid shit. And Alan is a person that if you watch his body language, he tells on himself all the time. Even when he was on that red carpet talking about what had gone down with him and Olandria and Nick and how he wasn't talking about it out loud. He was like, yeah, we've been Like, just watch the man's body language. He tells on himself all the fucking time. So when he inevitably comes out and makes a statement, even if he attempts to act like it's all love, watch his goddamn body language. That boy tells on himself all the time. Okay? All the time. Antoinette, please give me your thoughts.
Lady, you ate that, by the way. But in response to that original question, based off of that interview, Ace knew that Nicolandria had a lot of clout, social capital at that moment, and he still decided his ego was big enough to still decide to poke it and punch down. He tried. He failed, but he tried. So based purely off of that, it lets me know that his ego is big enough to be like, to see that despite all the conversations of Michelle could do better, Shelly could do better, Shelly could do better, and Shelly having more social capital than him at the moment, I 100% believe that he would still try to take pot shots at her, be it acting like a victim, and you know, that whole like look like he about to cry thing on live, be it his friends Cookie Monster and Mel the misogynist him, be it them saying whack shit online and taking shots at her. I 100% believe that he will find a way to take shots at her and make himself, while also simultaneously making himself look like some type of victim, because he's shown that he has the hubris to still take shots at people who the public likes better than him. like he does not care. He can see that the majority of the public does not like him and will like somebody else, and he will still be like, wah, I'm the baby. Like, so yeah, he will. And I hate that for her because, well, no, honestly, I don't hate that for her because it might just be good PR on Michelle's end, like trying to go into influencing, because yeah, you take a pot shot at her in the same way that you just prevailed. You had black folks on the shade room rooting for Nicolandria. I 100% believe that if you say something crazy about Shelly, they're just gonna root for her harder. So, choices.
Vi, did you want to give a thought before I have the new panelists share theirs?
Yeah. What he's gonna do, going back to like my original theory, I'm gonna take the astrology part of this because everybody that's been before, y'all ate for real, and it actually aligns with astrology as well. Like I said earlier, he is a Leo stimulant born. Like, bruh, this dude is about to be diabolical, but the way he's gonna be diabolical, in my opinion, is going to be a surprise. I think he's going to do something or set something up that no one is going to expect, because he is so tuned in with the internet. I see everything. He has not stopped watching. He's not going to stop watching because he is calculated, and that's fun for him. You see what I'm saying? So even if he did love my Shelly, and I'm gonna tell y'all a secret later, but anyways, the way that he's gonna get back at her is not by hollering or really shedding a lot of tears for real, but it's gonna be something where only people who keep paying attention to him is gonna be like, that was shade. Like how people do? Like, hold on, is you talking about who we talk about? Put a name on it. He's not going to do that because it adds fuel to the fire for the inevitable big gut punch that he's not only going to give Shelly, it's actually going to be a gut punch to everybody else that doubted him. And he's going to feel like he's back on top, and he's always going to remain the winner, because that's what Leah men love to do. You're not going to just take me off my throne like that. I will never make it easy for you. And the way I'm not going to be making it easy for you, I'm about to watch how y'all move, and I'm going to mess you up behind the scenes. Because if I put it in the forefront, people are not going to think that I'm not a decent guy. I feel like he already feels like he has enough people that think that he's decent, and this is just a thing. He wants more people to be like, okay, well, maybe I did look at Alan and was too harsh. He needs that from both angles. So don't get it twisted. Ace is about to work every angle of a star, the line in between the star. I mean, all four corners. If you believe the earth is flat, he gonna show you why it's round. And you're gonna feel crazy. and stupid and want to apologize to him, because that's what's gonna make him feel better, and still be spinning a block on Shelly. Let's keep it a buck. He gonna be in them text messages. No more DMs, baby. I'm in that direct line. You miss me because I miss you. I'm not, girl. He about to. Let me stop right there.
I said this to y'all when he did that Speedy interview, and then Gigi, I know you want to give a thought too, that he likes plausible deniability. So he doesn't say things directly. He likes plausible deniability. Okay, Gigi, give your thoughts.
All right, I have a couple thoughts really quickly because Battlefield is calling my name and I got to school some kids because, you know, I got to show them that my Kung Fu is superior. But before I get into that, y'all, we're at 371. Thank y'all for making me so proud. Y'all know I run a tight ship in the Teenocracy. If you have not joined the Church of Teenocracy, then you please feel free to do so. It is fun and smart around here, and we get to tease her about Big C. Let my boy holla. Another thing, please keep tapping it up. I know we can make it to 400K. Tap, or else I will have to turn off the comments. I know it has made y'all really motivated. We love having this engaging this discourse. I am a dictator. It is a teenocracy. It is not a democracy. Keep telling y'all, Tina is a therapist. She's my TikTok therapist. She's not y'all's. I don't share. So there's that. No, you're not tonight, tapping. Gigi. Okay.
We're not doing this tonight.
Look here, Nikki.
We're not doing this tonight.
Nikki, your birthday was yesterday. You don't get to do this today.
It don't matter. It's my birthday month.
Your birthday was yesterday. Okay.
Stop playing.
Okay. You lucky you fine. Go sit somewhere. Anyways. Keep tapping the screen. We want to get us. I know we can get it to 400K. As I just wanted to address really quickly something that Chellace said in the comments, and I just wanted to be very clear. This conversation that Ace is very blunt and he's not able to lie. There's a very big difference about telling the truth and being blunt. And if we're talking about his inability to lie, there's the entire lie of omission that he admitted to in Speedy's interview. He lied about, not playing along. He lied on Nick. He lied about Alandria. He lied to her face, presumably, when he spent the weekend with her and supposedly had this information about Nick and didn't tell his so-called homegirl. He lied there. He lied when when he played in her face and was like, oh yeah, the producers made us do it. So let's not do that. It's the same way I would never say that, Nick can't lie or Alandria can't lie. Everybody's capable of telling lies. I hate when people put other people on a pedestal just because they like them. Like, everybody is capable of telling lies. Everybody is capable of making mistakes. I think not telling a lie, I think being truthful is very intentional. Because people tell lies to protect themselves, right? And I don't think that it's always intentional. I think people do it, especially when you're in the public eye, to keep up an image. So I think, especially when you're in these spaces and all eyes are on you, being truthful is very intentional. But I think there's been a social shift in confusing truthness with being blunt. And we have to come back from that, because that idea is creating way too many smooth brains. I need y'all to check your brains for smooth spots and make sure that your synapses are firing at the appropriate rate. Okay, double check to make sure that those family trees are not family wreaths, because I need the thinking process to be a little more evolved at this point. Okay, it's very, very different. So let's move away from this idea of idolizing these people and believing that they're so incredibly infallible, because they will make missteps, right? And that's not cool. Like, to hold them to the standard, because you're going to disappoint yourself, and these people are human. You're putting them on such a pedestal. And I've said this throughout all the fandoms, right? It's not exclusive to the Chellacers. This happens across all the fandoms. So let's move away from that. It is no, it's not Trump's fault. I can't even lay this at Trump's feet. Okay. This is G-Dub. This is a straight G-Dub thing. Some kids should have been left behind. Some should have been a pearl necklace. Some should have been a stiff sock. It is what it is. Right. But I lay this at G-Dub's feet, because some kids should have been left behind. But yeah, let's not put people on a pedestal. But Cello, baby, look here. It's late. I'm gonna need you to. I just said it's across all the fandoms. It's not just Nick. Okay,
you
across
don't be
all the
listening,
fandoms.
baby.
But because you mentioned Ace, I'm gonna tell you, okay, let's not act like a stiff sock. Okay, you made it here. Let's make it worthwhile while you're here and learn something. So I just said that it's all of the fandoms, but because you mentioned Ace, I want to say let's not confuse that with him being blunt and him not telling the truth, because he has been dishonest. And I think that his biggest problem is that the people in his corner are his biggest ops, because they're not honest with him, right? Because they benefit from him continuing to be the way that he is, him continuing to move in the spaces that he does. They're not honest with him. He's surrounded by a bunch of yes men who aren't interested in fostering growth and evolution and thought process. He's surrounded by people who are going to foster this ego, this overinflated sense of self, so that they can continue to reap the benefits of the Ace mob. And that's not people that you want to surround yourself with for sustainable growth. And look, all this time, you guys already got to 394. I'm so proud of you guys. So I will be dropping down to the comments. Tina, if it's okay, I like to switch with Jules. Jules can come up here, and then I'm gonna go Battlefield and pay attention to the comments. And I will be cutting y'all off if y'all don't keep tapping. If I got carpal tunnel on both hands. If I can tap and talk at the same time and play Battlefield, y'all can tap.
I've been doing it all night. And Gigi, I just want to let you say, I just want to let you know, we were Bebe's kids. These are Bebe's grandkids. Okay, that's what we're dealing with.
Listen, Bebe's unhinged ass grandkids, because I can't. Y'all just, I don't know what's wrong with y'all. And Nikki, Jolitz for life.
You are an ass. Okay.
Absolutely, and I own it. It's fine. You love me for it.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Gigi. Okay, listen, y'all. Don't keep making the same people tap in the comments. All right, don't do that. I'm gonna have all of my new panelists share thoughts, and then I'm gonna do something that I don't typically do. I'm gonna drop my entire panel, and I'm gonna invite a Chellacer to come up here. I know that y'all are in here, and I think that y'all might be scared to come up here with my whole panel. And I want to see if you will come up here, if it is just you and me. So we'll see.
I can drop down. I can drop down.
See, now you messing. Now Tina, now you messing with my Leo and my Virgo rising. Like I'm the problem child. Okay, all right. I got attitude about it, but I'm gonna be good, and I do encourage a Chellacer, whatever. Cool, come on up, because if she willing to do that, yeah, y'all better get up. Y'all don't want it with me. Bring it up here, cause she kicking me out. Y'all better show up. You better be out the door right now.
They say they gonna jump y'all in the comments. They might. I can't control that. But come on up here, okay? Okay. So go ahead, and if you are a Chellacer, request, and I will not bring you up until everybody is gone. It'll just be you and me. Okay. I'm not trying to stretch y'all out. Mia, please give me your thoughts, my love.
You almost made me forget what I was gonna say. Like, my goodness. What were my thoughts? Okay, let me gather myself, because I'm like, oh shoot, what was I even gonna say? Anyways, so good to hear from everyone, and I do agree with what everyone has been saying so far. Love what everyone has been talking about. And I do agree with basically what everyone has been saying on the panel so far. I definitely do foresee Alan doing something, but I also want to give an extra additional opinion that I also want to get others' opinions on as well. I would not be surprised if in the relationship, if Michelle, in all this time that she has known Alan, if she was also collecting her own information, if you will, in regards to things about Alan and maybe his doings, his background, all of the things that he claims that he does in regards to everyone and people. You know, he says that he basically likes to gather information about others. Isn't that what he said on the show, actually? I would not be surprised if Michelle may have also done her own digging. She may not have said it out loud, and she may not have needed to. And I don't know that much about Virgos myself, but I do remember some people mentioning things in the comments about Virgos and how smart they can be, and I believe maybe how cunning they can be, and how they're quite like resilient and very intellectual. So I would not be surprised if she uses her smarts, her intellect, to her own advantages. And I would not be surprised if she has her own information about his skeletons. And if he does retaliate in his own way, if she and then potentially uses some of his skeletons against him when that retaliation comes to fruition. And I would not be surprised if he also thinks that that could happen to him as well. I mean, I know that he is 23 and he will potentially act upon impulse, but he also can be smart as well. We've seen him sometimes act smart, but he can be stupid a lot of times too. But he also knows that Michelle is smart. He knows she's smart. So I would not be surprised if he knows that she has the potential of collecting information on him. And if she has that information on him, like he has on others, if he would be willing to compromise himself as well. That's all I kind of really wanted to say. And I know that you're going to drop us for some of the Chellacers. So I just wanted to open that up to some of the other people's opinions if they thought any of that potentially. And maybe you, Tina, since you're the genius of the operation.
I'm going to let all the panelists, I'm going to let Anne, Empress, and Jules respond, and then I'll give my thoughts. If a Chellacer doesn't request y'all, I'm going to drop us for the night. But let's see. Okay, Anne, please give me your thoughts.
Hello, beautiful people. What do I want to say? First of all, I clocked Ace being a red flag the minute that he was playing roundabout with your girl, Shelly. I would have never gotten with homeboy, because how in the world you wanted Shelly, but then you chose Amaya? That always got me. Why would you do that? Then, like, they was playing the long game, this will they, won't they type of thing. Like, you're trying to manufacture a love story when it could have just went naturally the way that it did, you know, with Nick and Ola. And that's what you're mad at. You're mad that your love story wasn't natural. You're mad that people caught y'all. You're mad that, you know, people think that you're manufactured. And then you go on to the Speedy interview and basically confess that you were in cahoots. I love whoever said that. That you were colluding with the producers. Again, Ace, I will implore you to watch Isla, because if you know anything about producers on reality TV, they are here, like, you work for them. They don't work for you. They don't owe you any type of loyalty. At the end of the day, you don't sign their paycheck. The network does. Clock that T. No. And then you get with Amaya, and then you're like, you set all these boundaries. And again, Tina, we've spoken about this. You didn't set boundaries. You set rules. You were basically dictating to her. They said, I don't want this. I don't want that. I don't want that. Why didn't you get with Shelly from the very beginning? Again, I can't remember who said it. It's been a long conversation. Someone said that there's, some kind of, it's not very clear around the time that you guys have met each other, how long y'all known each other prior to being on the show. Mind you, here's the thing, here's where Ace went wrong, I'll tell you right now. Alan thought he was bigger than the program. Came up in there like, I've been on the Jennifer Hudson, so I already got clout, I don't need clout. Okay, you went on the reality TV show, it gave you more clout. What are you complaining about? Thank you, Katana. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Alan did play himself. He let the producers use it. Absolutely. Don't come up in here and be a hypocrite talking about, oh, I love Ola. No, you don't love her. You like the proximity to her. Like the way Tina would say. You like the proximity to you would have to her, and how that would give you clout. You're the original clout demon, because why are you working with producers to bring down your own people? Whoever said it here, I believe it was Harmony, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't love black women. You like the proximity to black women. You like black women to prop you up. You know your real soulmate was Honda Civic, so I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up. And all that bullshit, oh, we've talked in private. I would like to apologize publicly, but it's been kept. Shut your bitch ass up right fucking now. Because if you were responsible, fuck what they said behind closed doors. We saw you disrespect these people in public. So I would like if you think you so mature and you 23 years old and shit, you could have just been like, I publicly apologize for disrespecting black women and for not standing up for my people. Thank you, Nike Vicky. Because why? Why would you do that? You like proximity to black women. You like the clout that black women give you. You wanted the quote-unquote black wife effect. That's why you guys were pushing the black love. But thank you so much for the gifts. You are doing things to cater to an audience, which is why I loved the quick little snapshot I got of the Page 6 interview when the gentlemen were like, do you think you guys stayed together longer because you were trying to please the audience? Clock that tea. See, even they're paying attention to the fact that you guys were trying to curate some type of image, and you can't be mad when people say that you're performing blackness, because on some level, aren't you? Because you're not letting things happen naturally. Because I'm Haitian American. I'm not going to come here and pretend to be something that I'm not. You know what I mean? I grew up in the Black American experience, but I know very well where the fuck I come from. And also, Tina, like you said, I happen to be a black person who is quote unquote well-spoken. And if a mother effer tells me that I am so educated for a black woman, or I speak well for a black woman, well, bitch, I grew up in the suburbs. I go to school for fun because, I'm an intellectual. Some of us have more demand than others. I'm sorry you don't read a book. Like, I'm not going to apologize for having my experience. However, I don't perform blackness. This is my version of blackness. Again, we're not a monolith. Last thing that I would say, I hate those words. I do too, because come on, suburbs. Because why you gonna tell me, like, excuse me, educated people does not correlate with whiteness, because white people aren't even original. Everything you have, you've stolen from my people. Clock that tea. Oh, last thing I'll say, thank you to Gigi. In the Haitian household, we are conditioned to be silent. And so I think that's why Shelly hasn't spoken up. But when the time is right, I agree with Blue. She finna tell us the truth. All right, bye.
Thank you. And Empress, you have a teacup, so you're paused. Shello, come up. Is Lane 878 still in here? Come up. Jules, give me your thoughts, my love.
Okay, before I give my thoughts, because I'm just like kind of hopping in here, was there something that developed? Did I miss a chapter?
We were talking about what we predict as coming next, and you know how we move around in here. It just, we popped all over so far.
Oh, okay. I had to hop in last night real quick. I'm sorry, y'all, that I was not, well behaved as some of you were expecting me to be, but y'all know my parlay hit, and I just had to, show y'all the old me. Where do I want to start? The reason I asked if there was anything that happened, because I'm kind of confused. I guess I'm not really confused on why y'all think that Ace would retaliate. But the more I listened and the more I thought about it, I was like, okay, well, this clearly, it was not like a planned, like, oh, we've broken up kind of announcement. I'm sure that he would have liked to have that gone a different way. So now I can kind of see why y'all think he might retaliate against Shelly. And to Mia's thought earlier about Shelly, collecting evidence, plotting, I think y'all giving it too much. I don't know. I don't think that Shelly is the queen of a plot, because if she was the queen of a plot, she would have never got with a 22-year-old and, let it go this long. She would have seen that there were more opportunities to get with a real nigga. But think what y'all think. I think more so what that says to me is how y'all really see her and your image of her, which, I'm not gonna be shady. I'm not gonna do that. But let's just say Shelly is where she is because that's where she wanted to be. And I think y'all need to realize that there was no money, there was no clout, there were no deals. She ran out. Okay? And that might be why Ace might retaliate against Shelly. That might be the very reason, because there was no gain for them. There was no real gain except for a whole bunch of fake, cocoa butter, Jesus loving people being like, black love, black love. That might be the only thing that, kept them holding on, because they thought the Ebony, the Essence, the Jet Magazine vibes was about to come through. And it did for a little quick second, and then it quickly went out. Give her flowers. Award winner Alandria Carthen. You can't beat that. Some people weren't given their flowers, and that's gonna make a lot of people upset. That I truly think Shelly's biggest fuck up was her not realizing that the bag was the Soul Sisters, the whole that whole brand. That was a brand. That was a legitimate brand that she could have made a career off of. Her and Alandria could have made the biggest bags off of that. Hell, if they really would have played it well, they could have had a whole TV show, goddammit. I don't know. But there was no profit for Ace, and I feel like that might be why he retaliates, because he tried to do the song. The clock had a little small moment. He thought things might have taken off from there, and it didn't. Everything is falling flat around him. And one thing about Leo men, they have big egos and they love for people to stroke them, and that's not happening. So he might be a little bitch boy and, make some shady remarks towards Shelly. But I don't think Shelly is really going to feed into it the same way she gave y'all that classy little, thing about all the racist hate that she was getting. She's not going to pop out a character. Her and Alandria are alike in that way. They're very clear and direct women when they need to be. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. That's my take so far. And I see I've came at the end of it, so I think this is my only take for tonight. But stop giving these little girls and boys so much. They're not as quick on their toes as you would think them to be.
Period. Okay, Mia wants to respond, but there was somebody in the comments that asked me to come up. You requested, but then you unrequested, but you said that you are a Shelly and Ace fan. Request, just wait a minute. I'm gonna bring you up. Okay.
Wait, did we turn the comments off on purpose?
You turn the comments off probably until they hit 450K.
Okay, first and foremost, it's not like I even like Michelle, number one. I was so let's clear that up. Don't even like the girl. So I was literally just throwing out another ingredient for if Alan would try to retaliate because he has such an ego. Maybe perhaps Michelle also has ego of her own to throw something out there too in response for herself.
Mia, real quick. I'm sorry. That wasn't shade towards you. I was just responding though. But I do agree that
it felt a little shady.
I'm sorry. I wasn't. I promise that was not my intent. But I will say, in the way of a Virgo, Beyonce is a Virgo, and she moved very meticulously with that whole situation with Jay-Z. So I think that if she does do anything, it's going to be very quiet and it'll be dealt with.
It might be, but I don't know if we know Michelle well enough to know how she'll move. So I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah,
but
oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you're fine. You're good. You're good.
Okay, I will say this. Here's what I also think. And I was going to say this earlier, but I'm going to say it now. I do think that part of what Michelle's rebrand could look like, and I think this is a stretch because we haven't seen it from her yet, but I think if she's smart, she'll lean into actually being authentic about what went down between her and Alan. Now, I'm not saying that like this is her giving us the details of like, oh, this is what happened in that relationship, but her talking about her process of, this is what I like learned about myself. Like, this is what I developed. This is what I grew. Like, if she gives us a level of authenticity about how she has experienced the last, I don't know, it ended in August, right? So it's December now. So the last 4 months, if she can give us a level of authenticity about what has her experience been like since leaving the villa. And this doesn't have to be about, again, her speaking negatively about Alan, but giving us some insight into that. Because remember, we have not really experienced Michelle outside of Alan. We have not really experienced Michelle outside of Alan until very, very recently. And it really just has been brand stuff. And then she's done 2 interviews. Well, this most recent podcast. So 3 things that I know of separate from him. Right. Whereas he started making some shifts to like his individual stuff a little bit earlier. Right. So I think if she chooses to, whether it's on a podcast, whether it's on a magazine, her team will have to be smart about how they do it. I'm not sure how they might do it. It could even be a YouTube series where she drops. I don't know how they'll do it. The people that get paid to figure out things like that get figured out. But if she did like some sort of like behind the scenes, pulling back the curtain, whatever, about what her experience has been like for the last 4 months, including parts of like her relationship with Alan and why she is where she is today and what she hopes for herself without being so guarded. I think that would be the first place that she could start to really, because if she just tries to like, oh, I'm going to do a brand deal, or I'm going to do this, or oh, I'm going to do that, I don't think that's going to work. I think she has to do some level of work around being authentic. And I think that is what would get people to tune in. That is something people would want to hear and want to see.
Can I say something real quick, Tina?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea from an old school, like, marketing viewpoint, because it would definitely have worked. But I feel like in this generation, and most of the people that are watching them are like my age and younger, and of course y'all as well, but like those people that are really like putting some real like attention around them, sharing videos, are like us, Gen Z folks, I guess. I don't know, but I don't know if that's gonna work because everybody wants the mess. Like everybody wants her to be like, yeah. I feel like if she wants it, like she can still be classy about it, but she need to talk about how he had her ass out here doing interviews by herself when all the couples was together. She was out here doing them damn interviews by herself, and how that made her feel alone, and how every moment was really about Ace. They were showing up the carpet separately so people could get the solo shot. He pulled up to her birthday late. Every opportunity that he wanted to do a big production or something, he was like she needs to pull her cards if she gonna take it there. Otherwise, keep it on the floor. Because I think what Shelly really wants, and what I could see for her, and which is why I wish she would have like found her brand better with Alandria or whatever the fuck. She want to be Lala Anthony. She want to be the new generation of Lala Anthony, doing the whole like, yeah, I'm out here on the carpet. Like she wants to be that girl. I think she wants to be a hostess girl. She wants to be the socialite. I think that's her lane. So where she's not too flashy, like too out there, but there's enough to keep her relevant. I think that's where Shelly wants to be.
I think, okay, so I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think that Shelly wants a lot of the things that we're seeing from Alandria, honestly, based on the things that she said. I think she does want that. I don't think she has the power to have that right now. I think that Shelly's lane has to be right now social media influencing. I think that's where she right now, because, and this is not, I'm not trying to be shady, right? But like when we think about what she has had access to right now, I think if she had struck while the iron was hot, sure. But I think she's waited a really long time. And so I think she's going to have to work on rebuilding an audience, right? She talked about wanting to model. She talked about wanting to host. She talked about wanting to do certain things that and while Alandria is definitely not hosting, I think Alandria feels above that, right? In some ways, that's not what she wants for her brand. I think I think that what Michelle wants is not what she can get right now. She doesn't have enough power behind her to do that right now. I think that she's going to have to clean up her image. And I will say that part of the reason her talking about it, and again, I don't think it actually has to be messy. I think she can talk about it in a way where it is insightful, and especially if she wants something more than just being a social media influencer, where it can be like, oh wow, like people can feel connected to her. Because yes, I do think it is a lot of Gen Z watching her, and who are the people, what generation is buying Olandria shit? Whoever's watching, who's buying her shit? Right,
it's the folks that's in here, the mamas with the monies. Okay, it ain't Gen Z because we all broke right now, but it's definitely them older generations that's filling her with money.
So I think that Michelle could.
It's us aunties.
I think Michelle could go on like some sort of tour, whatever, right, and be like, you know, for the last 4 months, I really what I've noticed about myself is. And I think that she has the capacity to do that. Honestly, I really do. What I noticed about myself is that I was really losing myself. And this is what I noticed about what was happening and how that was showing up without being like, Alan wasn't shit. He didn't come up to, you know, like she could talk about it without bashing him. So I think that there is a way that she can do that strategically, give us the tea without it being like, fuck that man, he wasn't shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think that might re-ingratiate her.
But I think the problem, well, not a problem, but like, I don't know, like she missed her moment. I know, no shade. She missed her moment. I don't think there is any level, and I really hate to say my next point about that, but I don't think there's anything that she could do in a video without being messy, where people would genuinely fully tap back in. And I'm wait on my next point, because the main reason is she does not have, like Mia said, the aunties. Black women hold the purse. Y'all hold the beauty industry, y'all hold the fashion spaces, y'all hold it all. Black women hold that market. Y'all are the most profitable consumer for those demographics, especially when you want to talk about a black woman influencing other black women. Shelly does not have black woman support. She has black bird support, maybe, you know, shade room support, but like that can only get you but so far, and people on the shade room will turn on you in a second. So I fear her only way to really regain big currency is through being with another man with bigger capital than Ace. No shade, but we see it happen all the time. They get with another man with a bigger bag, and now you back in the conversation, or she's back in scandal by herself. Those are the pipelines that we typically see. And it's no shade. I don't want that for her, but I think her safe bet is going down this Lala Anthony road. Like, there's no harm in that. Like, there is a coin in that, and she could build her name from that point on. It might take a while, but like Alandria status, boo, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, I agree. I don't disagree with that. Y'all are asking, somebody asked in the comments, does she have the capacity to turn people's minds around if she acts fast enough? I think that I'm not a person that's my job. So I think I can't really speak to like strategy around that. I will say though, that I do understand it's going to be very tenuous, because she's going to run the risk of, you're moving too fast. Nobody takes it seriously, right? We feel like, oh, you haven't reflected enough. You're just saying that, right? Or it could feel like, oh, you just tried to wait your time out and now you want to come back. You know, like it could be either one. It could be either or. I think that people do have short-term memory loss, because a lot of people do get to wait their little 6 months out and then they come back and people act like none of that shit was true before that had happened. That made us feel like we wasn't fucking with them. So that certainly could happen. I don't know that will happen, but somebody that gets paid a lot of money is going to have to think about, again, like I always say, the reason why Alandria is successful is because we experience her as authentic. The same thing for Nick, the same thing for Serena, the same thing for Cordell, the same thing for Leah, we experience them as authentic. Even though we know that we don't know everything about them, what we get feels real. And I think that has not been true for Michelle. And so I think the only way that she's going to manage any level of success, whatever lane she ends up in, is she's going to have some level of authenticity. People are going to have to enjoy looking at and watching her, even if she ends up being a host. Like, listen, people feel how they feel about Andreina. Like, oh, she's dingy, she's this, she's that. But one thing nobody has ever, well, some people, but the Honda Civic fans don't count. But you can't say that girl is fake. So people will probably watch her because they're like, oh my girl, that girl is so crazy. She's so weird. She's so odd, whatever. But you would still watch her. You know what I mean? You would still watch her if she was on something, right? I don't think that Michelle has that same level of pull right now.
And she is who she hangs around. People, why she stayed around Sierra. Sierra was very calculated. She knew marketing and all of that other stuff. So she, I don't know. She better, like I said, Lala Anthony, Justine Skye, cling to the girls, get your coin back up, pressure status. I think that's the best, route for her. I'm stepping down because I kind of want to see the Chellaces go at it. I don't know.
I need the Chellaces. Come on, y'all.
I just want to say one last thing. What I think Michelle needs to do is she needs to show up on her socials and be as authentically herself as Alandria has done, and just be her real, true self as best she can. Because, that's just what I feel like she needs to do. She needs a good strategist. She needs good PR. Hopefully she can find that for herself, because I don't know if she has real good PR and a real good strategist that will really work for her and do it well. Because she really needs a good team that's going to work for her around the clock, 24/7.
I agree.
That's what she really needs. She needs someone or people that are going to work for her around the clock, and it's going to be a 24/7 effort. And she really needs to be on her social media on the majority of the platforms and show up as herself, authentically her, like Alandria consistently did outside the villa. Because staying mute and not on your socials has not been working. Well, I won't say not on your socials, but not being as present.
I will say this, y'all. When I did my research for when I was watching the Tish Cyrus interview with her, I did my research, and I will say that I don't know what any other platform looks like. I mostly looked at the comments on TikTok because it show, and when I say her comments are riddled with the most terrible things, I do think that she needs to do some filtering, because she is definitely being harassed in the comments. So I can understand her maybe not wanting to post unless it is a brand deal. But again, this goes back to likability. Like, you do have to be liked. Now, Katana, you're saying that she was very rude on her live. I didn't know she had a live. I don't watch it. But she was rude to her fans. Like, I don't, okay. Yeah. If you were, indolate, oh, thank you. Come on up, boo. If you are a Shelly fan, come on up. Or
you can drop me, Tina, because I am not a fan. So go ahead and drop me.
Or an Allen fan. If you want to try to get up here and defend Allen, feel free to request and to come up. That said, I do think that Michelle is going to have to. She was defensive and kicking people out. I mean, listen, protect your peace. Were they saying shit where they should have got kicked out? Like, I'm just saying, like, if it was me, I'm mute and block shit. Why would I come to the demonic echo chamber? Ace wasn't the problem, so you guys are plotting. How long have you been here, my love? Because it doesn't seem like it's been long, if that's your comment. I literally dropped the entire panel so that you'd only be up here with me by yourself. Do you feel like you're unable to hold your own? don't think so, Latoya. Not Tashina saying tap guys because Gigi is back. Gigi, you done scared the people. Do you think her photo with Alandria afterwards was calculated and she was planning her out? I think that she's known that she was planning her out for a long time. Gigi, why you mute them? We want them to try to come up. Were they not going to come up? Because you can't have been in the okay. You can't have been in the comments. You can't have been here that long if your take is Alan wasn't the problem. Because nobody in this live has provided Shelly cover. Like, it's mutual. Y'all, I don't know about that. I don't know about the whole she's plotting. Like, I don't know if I think it was like PR. I will say that, like, I think she's been ready to go for a while. And I already said that earlier. Okay, I don't think any Chellacers are gonna come up, which is so funny because if I go to my comments on my videos right now, it's gonna be a shit ton of them in there. Shit, some of them might be in my DMs right now. I don't know if Ella is a Chellacer. No, they didn't all leave. It's 479 people in here. They just quiet. Because they like to get in my comments and talk shit, but you don't want to get up here and actually try to have a conversation with me. And I think it's because y'all don't believe that you actually have the intellectual wherewithal to defend some of the shit y'all be trying to defend. That's what I think it is. I think that y'all don't feel like Gigi's trying to make y'all get to 500K. You're less than 2K away. I don't think that y'all feel like you actually have the skill set to get up here and have a conversation, because I think that you have to practice so much cognitive dissonance to be fans that you don't want to actually have an intellectual conversation about it. But I hope that this serves as evidence that, like, you're welcome to come up here. You're welcome to come up here and come in my live and actually have a conversation with me. But I might have to stop letting y'all just camp out in the comments and talk. If you're not willing to actually come up and say what you have to say, even when I'm saying I'm going to drop the whole panel, it'll just be you and I. So you're not about to get up here and get ganged up on. It's literally just us. So if y'all can't do that, then I just feel like maybe you shouldn't be allowed to even talk in the comments. I really am Bunny Smiles. Like, well, we ain't gonna be nice, but but we are kind and we are fair.
You are kind, you are smart, you are important.
Okay, Chris, my husband Chris, he done started watching Love After Lockup. Yeah, help us help you. Help us help you. Do you rap or do you tweet, Shrekon? Ask him. Listen, get in the booth. Judith is in here. They're saying Judith is what's their names? Michelle and Alan fan. Come on. Come on, Cletus. Come on. On God. We're going to have to start dragging y'all if you can't come up here now. If you only want to be in the comments, then you're going to have to start getting dragged in the comments. Okay, Judith. So there's a little 2-person thing on the bottom. You click it and you hit request. It looks like 2 little people. Judith is in here. Judith is saying they don't know how to request. I don't think it's going to let me invite you. You're on a laptop, so it's not the same. Let's see, Judith, if you show up in my option to invite. No, you're not in one of those ones to invite. Does anybody know how to tell Judith to do it on her laptop? Yeah, Jim X Jim, that's a great. I'm curious why they allowed Alan to play in Michelle's space. Were y'all that obsessed with Nick? I don't think that all of their fans actually like Michelle. I think a lot of them like Alan. And Violet is a Chellace stan. Violet's in here a lot. But I think a lot of them like Alan and think Michelle is pretty. That's what I think. Yeah, I'm like, I've not experienced Violet that way in here as a stan. I know that I have people in here that like Michelle and Alan, but some names I wouldn't consider them stans. I think Ella is being very, very quiet. Listen, look around, everybody on. Well, I tried to make a little space for y'all. Ella was on live yesterday. Yeah, they were saying that Ella wasn't here. Ella left. Okay. Ella is not quiet in other lives. Shello ain't gonna come up here. I done told Shello several times to come up here. We've invited Shello, more than just me. We've invited Shello up. Like, we are happy to have conversation with you. She was in Messy Becky's live today. I don't know who that is. I did make a big old space for them. By exactly, what other panel does the things that I do? I feel like that's why they be feeling like they could talk crazy in my comments. Anyway, you know what? That's a great point, and I think that we will end on that note. Listen. Mika said, this is a sign for Michelle. This rebrand ain't gonna work, child. I fear that you might be correct. If they cannot even get up here and defend her against someone that is really gracious and not even necessarily coming for her, like, I appreciate that, Judith. Like, I want y'all, like, I want y'all to like her for real. I do think that, I will say, I do think that Shello is going with both of, I think Shello didn't say it out loud, but Shello was in the comments defending both Michelle and Alan. So I think they're doing 50-50 custody. You don't want to be on YouTube, Judith? I'll cut the live. Y'all, do I ever not do what I say I'm gonna do? Like, do I be lying to y'all? Do I be acting shiesty? I'll cut the live at this point. I can chop it. It'll just be whoever's in here is who will be able to hear what you have to say. And I won't put it on YouTube. And I get it can be scary to be on live. I get that. But I will not put you on YouTube if you don't want to be on YouTube. That is what I heard, Cocoa Addiction. That's what I heard in the streets. To sub only, I would, Ginger, but the only reason why I'm not going to is because TikTok fucked up the way that looks. Like, TikTok made it where my my actual subscribers would get kicked out. It would be super fans. And no. I have too many subscribers to boot them because of what TikTok did in their rebrand of the way that they do it. So, okay, Judah said that they're gonna try to re-download it on their phone real quick. I'm in my full therapist mode. Judah said she's gonna try. Okay, she's gonna do it. And so those of y'all that are in here, you're the only ones that are getting to hear this tape from Judith. You're the only ones that are going to hear this conversation. Now let me get some more. Y'all are funny. It is very brave.